Hello? Hello. Testing mic. One, two. Testing mic. Kuna ji daga can? Hello, testing mic. One, two. Testing mic. One, two. Can you hear me? FIRS. Can you hear me?
Hello? Hello?
Hello, MC. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, MC.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Let's continue testing.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President will enter the council chamber any moment from now. Can we all rise for Mr. President, please? Okay?
A good morning to our very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. It's my privilege to welcome you all on behalf of the Executive Chairman, Federal Inland Revenue Service, Mr. Mohamed Nami, and the board and management of the Federal Inland Revenue Service to this very important event, the first annual National Tax Dialogue, themed taxation in a post-COVID-19 economy. Once again, you're warmly welcome. My name is Femi Edgar. I am from the Federal Inland Revenue Service. Before we start the proceedings of this very important event, we'll like to briefly do some recognitions. We've been given very strict instructions to be brief about it, and so we're going to keep to that. We have some very important people here who's going to make the day quite enlightening and interesting. Often in Nigeria, there's a lot of conversation about how to share the cake, the national cake. So much healthy conversation goes on there. This event is convened to talk about how to bake the cake and how big it can be and how nutritious it can be. That's what the National Tax Dialogue we intend to achieve. And this is the first in the series of such events, which, by the grace of God, will be held annually. Once again, it's a privilege to have you all in attendance. I will appreciate if we just give ourselves a round of applause for being here at this very, very important event. Thank you. I would like to warmly welcome, we're very privileged to have some heads of government and MDAs here, and some heads of the judiciary arm. And I see, I've been told that to look very well, because there's something this marks does to us. Sometimes we're looking for people behind the marks. But as I get the names, I will do the proper recognitions. Thank you very much. And I will need a lot of support from my colleagues so that I can know who is seated. Once again, it's our pleasure. We see you walking in, and we warmly welcome you, sir, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Sir, welcome, sir. Welcome, Your Excellency. We also have with us the GMD, Group Managing Director of the NNPC, Mr. Mele Krai. Welcome, sir. We also have with us this morning the chairman of the ICPC, Professor Bolaji Owansowe. Welcome, sir. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Well, I've also been told that we have here the director of the NFIU, Dr. Modibo Tukur. Welcome, sir. Let's give him a round of applause. Welcome, sir. Also, as we continue with recognition, we have a representative of the Chief of Naval Staff, Rear Admiral Eyo. Welcome, sir. We have representing the Chief of Army Staff, Major K.I. Yusuf. Welcome, sir. We have the representative of the Speaker of House of Reps, Honorable Saidu Musa Abdul. Welcome, sir. We also been notified that we have the rep of the Attorney General of the Federation, Mr. A. Abdul Mumini. Welcome, sir. We also have with us, representing the Attorney General of Police, DIG Ebunike. Welcome, sir. Thank you, sir. We also have with us the Executive Secretary of the West African Task Force Forum, Mr. Babatudo Oladokun. Welcome. We have with us also the President of the Association of National Accountants, Professor Mohammed Maidan. Welcome, sir. We also have with us the President of the Territory of Taxation, Ms. Jumeke Simplis. Welcome back. We also have with us the rep of the President of NASIMA, Barrister Chukwemeka AZ. Welcome, sir. We also like to warmly recognize the Controller General of Nigerian Customs, Colonel Hamid Ali, retired. Welcome, sir. We also have with us, I've been told, the representative of the Senate President, Senator Issa Jibril. Welcome, sir. Thanks for coming, sir. Like I said, I will take the recognitions as I have clarity. Thank you so much. And need to mention and welcome our host, the board members of the Federal Inland Service. They're seated in the hall. Let's put our hands together for them. The host, working with the chairman, executive chairman of FIRS. Welcome. The management of FIRS, our colleague directors are also here. You're all welcome. You're all welcome. We have directors of FIRS also here. You're all welcome too. Thank you very much. I will return shortly as I confirm the details of our very important girls as they come in. Thank you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Continuing our recognitions, we'd like to also warmly welcome to this event. We'd like to warmly welcome the Corps Marshal of the Federal Road Safety Commission, Dr. Boboye Oyemi. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for coming. We have also the Director General of the Security and Exchange Commission, who is also here, Mr. Lamido Yuguda. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Trying to locate where he is. Okay, welcome, sir. We have joining virtually the Honorable Minister of Finance, Mrs. Zainab Ahmed. Welcome, ma. Thank you, ma. She's joining us virtually. We also have the Minister of State Finance, Mr. Clement Agba. Welcome, sir. Joining us virtually. We have also the Honorable Minister of, who is very, very important in dealing with technology and ICT issues, Dr. Issa Patani. Welcome, sir. He's joining us virtually. Welcome, sir. Thank you. Okay. And I see, I'd like to welcome the Executive Chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, the host, and the Chairman Joint Tax Board, Sir, Mr. Mohamed Nami. Welcome, sir. Let's put our hands together for him, and for his team, the board, and FIRS management put together this forum where we're going to discuss how to bake the cake and get the conversation rolling every year. Thank you so much. I'll return as I get from the protocol some more information on those to recognize. Please, we've been informed that very likely at 10 o'clock that we will have the President and Commander-in-Chief of Armed Forces, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Mr. Mohamed Buhari, join us virtually from the council chambers, and we will be giving instructions at that point. When it comes in, we'll get an announcement for us to start. The national anthem will be taken, then we'll go into the proceedings proper. But you will be properly guided. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Please let's rise as Mr. President makes his entry. Shall we take the national anthem? National anthem.
Please, you may be seated. Once again, thank you all for coming. We appreciate and we are grateful for all the special guests who flew in and to make this occasion what it is. We'll be commencing immediately with the welcome address by the Executive Chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Mohammed Nami.
Okay. Good morning. President Muhammadu Buhari, President Federal Republic of Nigeria, and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, the Senate President, and Speaker, House of Representatives, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, the Group Managing Director, NNPC, the Controller General of Customs, my distinguished board members, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with a heart filled with gratitude that I welcome you to this historic maiden edition of the National Tax Dialogue. It gladdens my heart that we are able to initiate this important dialogue that seeks to redefine our perception and approach to taxation in this country. For us at the Federal Inland Revenue Service, we are convinced more than ever before that indirect taxes can become a live wire of the Nigerian economy if properly harnessed. It is as a result of this conviction that we deemed it necessary to put together this all-important conversation. You will agree with us that for taxation to grow beyond just being a mere tool for revenue generation, it must be seen to be merely the mainstay of the economy, which serves the developmental needs of the citizens. Without a doubt, tax is today gaining currency as a defining factor for functioning of government in all ramifications. The universal collapse of traditional government revenue sources and the consequential resort to tax is a testimony. The well-known arms race among nations is gradually giving way to tax race. The international struggle for and against digital services is just the beginning of the tax race. It is a race for all nations, developed or developing. And for Nigeria, it is a must-win race. The challenges of tax administration in Nigeria is a product of many factors, such as improper tax-paying culture, which evolve over time, inadequate tax education, disconnect among government agencies, trust deficit between citizens and government on the utilization of tax revenue, multiplicity of revenue collecting agencies, and advent of digitalized economy. In order to overcome these challenges and improve tax revenue, the input of everyone is required. A whole government approach is required, such as the harmonization of government processes, improvement of collaboration among government agencies, harmonization of taxes and incentives, and synchronization of trade, monetary and fiscal policies. The digitalization of taxation is an embarrassing issue, all-embarrassing issue that requires collection efficiency, transparency, and revenue assurance in Nigeria. It is a common knowledge that a nation which hopes to win a race must put her best team forward. The National Tax Dialogue is an avenue for perfecting strategies for winning the tax race. The FIRS is providing the platform for everyone willing to propose unbiased ideas that will help Nigerians win the race at all levels. As such, tax dialogue is for all. The main objective of National Tax Dialogue is to bring together world-class professionals in every field of human endeavors to generate expert ideas that will aid tax policy formulation and strengthening tax administration. At each edition of the National Tax Dialogue, contributors are expected, among other things, to examine the role of each level or arm of government in the Nigerian tax system with a view to recommending necessary legislative, executive, or administrative actions. Propose appropriate strategies for sustainable revenue mobilization in Nigeria. Suggest updates to the national tax policy and advise federal government on the effective implementation of the national tax policy. Profile ideas on how to attain better collaboration among government agencies, particularly Ministry Department agencies, Central Bank of Nigeria, SEC, and government revenue generating agencies, including FIRS. Advice on digitalization of tax administration in Nigeria. Provide expert ideas for efficient management of national tax expenditure, and recommend measures that will promote collaboration among revenue-generating agencies in order to optimize revenue for the Federation. The world is witnessing unprecedented challenge with the COVID-19. A second wave is ravaging all countries, including Nigeria, and the economy was accompanying the pandemic is worsening by the day. Expectedly, many countries are adopting counter-cyclical fiscal measures to circumvent looming economic depression. The approach of many countries is to spend more while reducing taxes. Nigeria is in a difficult state, and there are not enough savings to spend. The government has had to resort to borrowing in order to support its expansionary budget in recent years. Nigeria's low tax to gross domestic products ratio is in itself a cause for serious concern, According to Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, Nigeria recorded a total collection of about 8.8 trillion from all sources in 2019, translating to a tax to GDP ratio of just 6%. This is rather backward and far from the required revenue needed to buoy up an economic heading south. One of the solutions is to shift tax from income onto spending, which can easily be achieved using indirect taxation. This strategy is in consonance with the Nigerian tax policy, which provides that the tax system should focus more on indirect taxes, which are easier to collect and administer and more difficult to evade. This is the most widely accepted direction the world over. The foundation for the move towards indirect taxation was laid in the Finance Act 2019, with a change in the rate of value-added tax from 5 to 7.5%. The service is making very good progress in implementing the change. This is reflected in the VAT collection in 2020, which exceeded that of 2019 by over 25%, notwithstanding the fact that the economy was shut down for about 5 months. Similarly, FIRS significantly improved revenue from stamp duties in 2020 to over 600% of 2019 collection. It is expected that further legislative interventions will be made to enhance revenue from indirect taxes. Business are fast dumping the brick-and-mortar model for online digital model. Tax authorities across the world are similarly adopting digital models in their approaches to taxation. Indeed, it is imperative to digitalize tax administration, as doing otherwise will result in a near-zero revenue collection in the near future. The FIRS started the journey to automation several years ago when it launched Project FACT. Several other initiatives were launched to further take advantage of evolving technology in taxpayer registration, online payment platforms, remote filing of returns, etc. However, there was very limited resources with the various initiatives due to inadequate statutory framework. A quantum leap was achieved with the 2020 Finance Act, which provided legal grounds for deployment of technology in taxation and tax administration. The service is grateful to Mr. President, the leadership of National Assembly, the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, and all other stakeholders that worked together to enact the necessary laws. The service is taking advantage of the new law to embark on studies with the assistance of friendly tax authorities and international tax organizations with a view to developing a robust digitalization roadmap. The roadmap will enable the service to digitalize its whole operations in a systematic, coherent, and efficient manner. There is so much to look forward to in the coming years. The FIRS is starting this decade with the resolve to leapfrog tax administration into the digital age. Ladies and gentlemen, we are banking on your continuous support as we embark on this wondrous journey. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we all have the duty to ensure that Nigeria's economic growth remains afloat, stable, and progressive, and that Nigeria wins the tax race. This explains why Federal Land Revenue Service have assembled the top notch in political leadership, international relations, developmental finance, academia, business, accountancy, and taxation at this maiden edition of the National Tax Dialogue with the theme Taxation in a Post-COVID-19 Economy. Our expectation is nothing less than the best of outcome. As such, we enjoin everyone to be open, vocal, and active. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for the Executive Chairman, Federal Inland Revenue Service, Chairman Joint Tax Board, Mr. Mohamed Nami, for clearly articulating the very, very important initiatives taken by this administration to ensure that this national cake is bigger, to bring in the resources and the funds needed to help finance government projects and programs to improve and enhance the lives of our teeming population. And we thank you so much, sir. It's my honor and privilege to now invite to speak to us online. She's joining us virtually, the chief host for this event, and Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Mrs. Zainab Ahmed. Thank you, ma. A round of applause for her as she takes our address.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Senate President, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, members of the Federal Executive Council, Chairman and board members of Federal Revenue Service, heads of agencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a real honor and a privilege for me to be in this first national
As you can see that we seem to be having some challenges with the Honorable Minister's connection. Maybe Ma, you will complete your address in the latter part of the program. So that, thank you, Ma. We will proceed to take good messages, and we'll start from the representative of the Senate President, Senator Issa Jibril. Let's welcome him warmly with a round of applause. Thank you, sir.
The special guest of honor for this occasion, His Excellency Muhammad Buhari, GCFR, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. The guest of honor and Speaker, House of Representatives, Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, very well represented. The chairman of the occasion, His Excellency Dr. Kayode Fayemi, the Executive Governor of Ekiti State, and Chairman, Nigeria Governors Forum, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the Chief Host, Mrs. Zainab Samshuna Ahmed, Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, and the Minister of State, Prince Clement Agba, the Executive Chairman, Federal Inland Revenue Services, Mohammed Nami, various heads of government agencies here present, in particular the Group MD of NNPC, representatives of various private sector interests, very well present here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the press. First, I want to appreciate the efforts of the board, management, and staff of FIRS for the various initiatives that they've embarked upon, the results of which are already manifesting. I am most pleased to be a special guest at this important dialogue. It is surely coming when we need to be innovative in sectors concerned with revenue generation. The COVID-19 pandemic has been most virulent and has disrupted practically every sector of our lives. Apart from the very sad cases of deaths, it has strained our sources of revenue, which invariably affect our economy. The challenge is now for us to be creative and to be prepared to sustain the new ideas and policies we are coming up with. I see the initiative of an annual dialogue on taxation as one step in the right direction. This is because of the benefits of pulling experts together for their thoughts on a crucial issue like taxation. I therefore heartily congratulate you for this initiative. It is important to add that uncertain times like this require a higher level of alertness. The alertness should not only be on consolidating on old and existing gains, but on charting new directions in line with unfolding realities. I reckon you identified this in your plans around discerning what the new normal will be for taxation in the post-COVID era. We have severally stressed the need that diversifying our economy away from oil is now urgent. I'm talking further about diversification of our economy. I want to state here emphatically that is very, very crucial now than ever before. First, because of the unpredictable nature of the world oil market. Secondly, we should very much be mindful of alternative sources of energy that have been developed all over the world. That will further cripple our market for oil. Thirdly, and very importantly too, we should also be mindful of the environmental degradation that goes along with oil drilling. I think it is time for us to go into full-scale diversification of the economy. We are also making practical efforts to actualize it, as reflected in the increased interest in solid minerals, steel, and agriculture, amongst others. The strength of a diversified economy lies in its ability to guarantee multiple streams of income, to create stability, and to withstand shocks. It is also a prerequisite for a more sustainable growth, useful for overall development and the increased happiness of the people. We will not rest in these regards, in addition to exploring further options on enhancing taxation. Taxation is central to conversations on revenue generation for its ability to foster inclusion and to increase citizens' sense of responsibility. While it demands fairness and justice, it also enables participation in the revenue generation and governance process. Regardless, the surrounding issues require constant debate to improve on its efficiency and its productivity. Doing it annually, like you have set out to do, is even more rewarding. It will enable predictability and will also help us look forward. Like I hinted earlier, I am confident that this dialogue will be most rewarding because of the range of experts we have assembled here today. Be assured that you are welcome to share the outcome of your deliberations with the National Assembly for possible legislative support. In wrapping up, I want to state here and emphatically add that whatever we are doing today to combat or to mitigate the challenges of COVID-19, to me, is work in progress, because the terminal date for COVID-19 is yet to be determined. So as much as possible, we will do what we can. But at the end of the day, we should be mindful of the fact that there are still many challenges, many hurdles ahead of us, because we don't even know when this COVID-19 will ever end. We're talking of second wave, third wave, and fourth wave, but we should be prepared. And I think at the end of the day, we'll be able to weather the storm, and Nigeria will be on the sustainable growth path. I also, on this note, want to state that it is a great pleasure to be part of this dialogue, and once more welcome you all on behalf of the organizers. I wish to state that I wish to wish all of us fruitful deliberations, and then while keeping safe, to ensure that we are in tune with the COVID-19 measures. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for the rep of the Senate President. And thank you, sir, for reiterating the commitment of the Senate to supporting the executive in enhancing tax revenue generation. We're grateful. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, if you permit, we will go back to the minister just for her to round up our statement. Thank you, ma'am.
Well, thank you very much. Apologies, technology failed you there. I just want to continue by reiterating that the President assented to the Finance Bill 2019, and in that bill contained exemptions that were given to small businesses that were to pay zero tax, and also reduced tax rate for medium-sized businesses. Furthermore, in the Finance Bill of 2020, there are further relief that have been provided by taxpayers, specifically that workers earning minimum wage will not be subjected to personal income tax. And also, we have been able to reduce the minimum tax rate threshold for businesses by 50%. These actions that government took were deliberate. We decided that it is not a time to impose any new taxes or to impose more challenges on the taxpayer. 2021 is a year of recovery, a year that we will be recovering from recession, and a year that taxpayers, both businesses and individuals, will be setting back to the path of growth. On the revenue side, we are committed economic presence and brought it into our domestic legislation last year, starting with the taxation of income generated via business, digital platforms, and on other online platforms. This year, we continue our work with OECD inclusive framework to stop data erosion and profit shifting. It is within this context that we must understand the importance of the theme of this maiden edition of the National Tax Guide, which is taxation in the post-COVID-19 economy. As such, we urge you to generously contribute ideas during this dialogue to improve our tax system and also to set our economy back on the path of growth. As the government continues to do its best to cater for citizens in the face of daunting economic challenges, citizens also must perform their basic civic obligations by paying their taxes correctly, promptly. To this end, the government has expanded access to actionable data, and it is working with the OECD Global Framework on Transparency and Exchange of Information for tax purposes to ensure that there is no hiding place for tax dodgers. The recent launch of the system of automatic exchange of information is a step in that direction. Accordingly, Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, everyone, every taxpayer, every tax practitioner, every lawyer, and indeed every well-meaning Nigerian is called upon to join hands with government to respond to its effort to reposition the economy and to provide better living conditions for our populace. To this end, I want to emphasize that tax compliance is key. And in the Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, we have set out to ensure tax compliance to regulations, to laws, to administrative measures, and also compliance to penalties. This compliance will be driven by the maximum use of technology, setting clear key performance indicators that will be underpinned by the use of technology. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention, and also congratulations to FIRS for this maiden edition of the National Tax Dialogue. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for the Honorable Minister. Thank you, Ma, for clearly and articulating the various incentives that this administration has granted to taxpayers just to encourage a better tax compliance as part of disruptions caused by COVID-19. And I'm sure that Nigerian taxpayers, both corporate and individuals, will respond accordingly and ensure that we pay our taxes as and when due. We will continue to take the good message and our appeal for them to be brief. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will call on the Honorable Saidu Musa Abdul, the representative of the Speaker of the House of Representatives, to bring a good message. A round of applause for him. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces, President Muhammadu Buhari, Your Excellency, the Chairman of the occasion, and Chairman Nigerian Governors Forum, Dr. Kayode Fayemi, Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, the Minister of State, Finance, Budget and National Planning, the Chairman of FIRS, heads of agencies here present, members of the press, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you the greetings and best wishes of the House of Representatives, and I thank you all for taking time to be here today at this important event. As the government continues to work to diversify our economy away from our reliance on income from fossil fuels, we have an increased obligation to improve the way we impose and collect taxes in the country. The executive, legislature, and the organized private sector have to work to strengthen our tax collection system.
This is an important objective that serves the best interests of all the Nigerian people. The dialogue we have come to hold here today is a novel yet integral part of how we collaborate to achieve a more effective tax system in the country. This is the first dialogue of its kind, but it cannot and will not be the last. However, beyond formal, large-scale conversations, there ought to be ongoing engagement across all the stakeholder groups in smaller units designed to drive particular outcomes. The one thing we ought always to keep in mind is that nation building is a joint task, and we will succeed together. I congratulate the chairman, management, and staff of the Federal Inland Revenue Service for the vision and organization of this event. And I thank you all for once more for being here today. I wish you all safe journey back home. God bless you all, and God bless our Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Reverend Said. Thank you very much, sir. It's now my honor and privilege to call on the chairman of this occasion, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Ekiti State, who is also the chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum, to bring his remarks, Dr. Olukade Fayemi. Welcome, Your Excellency. Thank you, sir.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, the Chairman of FIRS, representatives of the Senate President and the Speaker, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be here today to witness this inaugural annual dialogue on taxation. And I want to thank the chairman of FIRS for asking me to chair this important occasion. I've looked forward to this event for a while because with the pedigree of speakers at the event, I'm sure Nigeria's tax environment will be sufficiently enriched by the dialogue. As we are all aware, the impact of COVID-19 has not only exposed that every society is only as strong as its weakest link. The extended global and national lockdown also had significant impact on the fiscal health of the federal and state governments. This is because despite the fact that Nigeria's economy is now more diversified than ever before, with oil and gas sector contributing less than 10% of GDP, our revenues are still strongly linked to oil receipts. At the peak of the price crashed below $20 per barrel. FAC receipts dropped below 650 billion naira monthly, a level long regarded as the minimum for fiscal sustainability. This means as we continue to diversify the economy, we must pay more attention to the growth of non-oil taxes. While we at the state level must also strengthen our internally generated revenues. I must commend the FIRS for its performance in the 2020 fiscal year, despite operating in the most challenging period many of us have experienced. The service not only collected 4.9 trillion in taxes, achieving 98% of its target, only 30.6% of this was attributed to petroleum profit tax, from what used to be over 50%. It means we are starting to see a diversification of revenues, tracking the economic diversification objectives of the APC government. Whilst I acknowledge the progress we have made, especially with the use of technology for filing, assessment, and payment, I hope the speakers and discussants at this dialogue will interrogate how Nigeria can further deepen the use of technology to improve tax compliance nationally and across subnationals. While the early results of COVID-19 vaccines fill us with hope, the pandemic is still very much with us, and it has probably led to permanent changes in our world as we used to know it. It has taught us to embrace technology, and we must continue to deepen its use to make tax payments more convenient. We must also strengthen accountability because there is a stronger need to reduce the trust deficit between governments and the governed. This is why I am pleased that the Nigerian Governors Forum has deepened its partnership with the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning to implement the World Bank-supported State Fiscal Transparency, Accountability and Sustainability Program, SIFTAS. This program not only ensures that states publish their financial information to improve transparency, it also provides a framework for citizens' engagement during budgeting and supports states to improve revenue collection, especially by supporting land administration reforms. This is aligned with the Open Government Partnership, which Nigeria and several states have signed up to. We will see a significant reduction in the trust deficit that still exists. I am confident that my brother governors will speak some more on these reforms in their respective states. We also need to interrogate how to organize our economy better to attract both domestic and international capital. As the New England slogan thoughtfully reminds us, a rising tide lifts all boats. It is therefore important to ensure we have the tools to attract private capital, boost economic activity, which will in turn boost taxes. I hope the speakers and panelists interrogate the conditions required to encourage and sustain capital formation, which ultimately leads to the creation of jobs. This will free government to focus on social services like basic education and healthcare, security and the rule of law, and ease the fiscal pressure currently placed on the federal and state governments. I'm hoping that we can discuss how to further deepen the collaboration between federal and state tax institutions using the Joint Tax Board and other mechanisms. We are already seeing improvements across states, even with the impact of COVID-19, and I'm confident the result of deepening such efforts will see a growth in our tax GDP ratio. This is why we must develop long-term solutions that improve revenue collections, whilst also balancing the need to provide some economic stimulus, some of which are contained in the new Finance Act. States have also sought to balance this by improving the collection outside payroll taxes, despite the need to offer some relief to offset the impact of COVID-19. Finally, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today, 70% of Nigeria's population is under 35 years of age, with the median age of our population put at 18 years. These statistics have significant implications for taxation. It means a significant proportion of our population will soon come into the workforce, and while this comes with the pressure of job creation, it is also a golden opportunity to introduce first-time taxpayers to civic responsibility by adopting technology. I look forward to an enriching dialogue and thank the organizers for inviting me to chair this occasion. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Another round of applause for His Excellency. And thank you, sir, for once again expressing the commitment of the governors through the Governors Forum to work with the federal together just to enhance tax compliance across the country, both at the federal and state level. Once again, thank you, sir. We will take a keynote address at this point. Will be joining us virtually the President of the African Development Bank, who will be speaking on taxation in post-COVID-19 economy. We'll receive that keynote address from Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank, and that will come virtually. Once again, let's put our hands together for the ADB President. Please go ahead.
Your Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, Chief of Staff of the President, Your Excellencies, Governors, Excellencies, Ambassadors, Honorable Ministers, the Chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Mohammed Nami, today is your day, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I would like to wish you first, Mr. President, and all of Nigeria a happy and prosperous new year. I'm delighted to address you today as President of the African Development Bank and, of course, as Nigerian. I thank you, Mr. President, for your incredible leadership, tenacity, and resolute support behind my re-election as President of the African Development Bank for a second term. I am proud to be a Nigerian. Nigerian any day, anytime, and anywhere. Thank you, Mr. President, for inviting me to this first National Tax Dialogue organized by the Federal Inland Revenue Services, FIRS. I congratulate you on this dialogue. We all live today in very difficult times in Nigeria, Africa, and the world with the COVID-19 pandemic. Too many lives have been lost. One death is one too many. I wish to commiserate with the government and with the people of Nigeria on the lives that have been lost. I wish to also commend the concerted efforts being deployed by Nigeria at all levels, including by the private sector, to tackle this pandemic. Before the pandemic, 6 out of 10 fastest growing economies in the world were in Africa. With the pandemic shock, growth plummeted. Africa's GDP growth declined by 2.1% last year, the worst in 2 decades. As economies went into lockdowns, people's incomes declined, millions lost their jobs, trade volumes fell, and demand for goods and services declined. Cumulative loss to Africa's GDP is estimated at $173 to $236 billion for 2020 and 2021 respectively. Nigeria has not been spared. The economy shrunk by 3% in 2020 on account of falling oil prices and the effects of lockdowns on economic activity. The pandemic has impacted on budgetary balances and increased budget burdens. Nigeria's debt to GDP ratio will push debt service payments beyond more than 60% of federally collected revenues. That's massive. With shrinkage in oil revenues, debt service payments pose the greatest risk to Nigeria. The African Development Bank estimated that Africa faces an additional financing need of $125 to $154 billion by the end of 2020 to respond to this crisis. The IMF estimates that Africa will need $345 billion in additional fiscal space by 2023. Africa's debt also is rising. Debt to GDP, which has been stable at 60%, has suddenly risen to 70 to 75% of GDP. The bulk of the debt has been for private bond issuances on the global capital markets, otherwise called the Eurobonds. As countries' currencies devalued and external reserves plummeted, in the face of declining economic activity, many African countries face risks of debt distress. Now, out of 38 African countries for which debt sustainability ratings are available, 14 are in high risk of debt distress, while 6 are already in debt distress. Now, to put a human face on the pandemic effects, we estimate that 28 to 40 million people in Africa are projected to fall into extreme poverty, and 30 million jobs will be lost because of this pandemic. The African Development Bank has been very responsive in supporting Africa. The African Development Bank launched a $10 billion crisis response facility to support African countries to meet the fiscal and economic challenges posed by the pandemic. The bank also provided $288 million in budget support to Nigeria to cope with the fiscal challenges posed by the pandemic. The African Development Bank also launched a $3 billion fight COVID-19 bond on the global market, the largest ever social bond in world history. Now it's listed now on the London Stock Exchange, the Luxembourg Stock Exchange, and of course on the NASDAQ. I wish to commend the leadership of President Buhari and all of the state governors, and of course the leaders in the private sector in tackling this pandemic. It has been very challenging, given that we now have a second wave of the pandemic, of course. But let us not be deterred. Nigeria and Africa will overcome this pandemic. African economies are projected to recover this year. The African Development Bank projects that GDP growth will recover to 3.4% for Africa as economies open up and commodity prices recover, tourism bounces back, and global value chains recover their manufacturing capacities. We also project that Nigeria's economy is poised to recover to a growth of 1.5% in 2021 and 2.9% in 2022, according to the African Development Bank's soon-to-be-released African Economic Outlook. But building back, we certainly require a lot more resources. Taxes form a significant part of government revenue. It is crucial to ensure that the tax base expands. Given that over 60% of Nigerians are in the informal sector, priority should be given to support measures to move a large part of this from the informal to the formal sectors. Making tax codes simpler and reducing administrative burdens and formalities are important to move from informality to formality. Now, doing so will allow people to be able to better assess their tax obligations. Digitalization of tax collection and tax administration is critical to ensure greater transparency of the tax system, widening of the tax base, while mitigating compliance risks and encouraging voluntary tax compliance. The government should focus a lot on corporate taxes and ensure full compliance. But it is important to also ensure that such taxes do not discourage investments. Nigeria can learn from the case of Estonia, which taxes corporate incomes but based on distributed profits. This allows corporations to reinvest their profits in expanding their businesses. Taxing corporate revenue instead of profits will discourage investments needed to grow businesses and to create jobs. Now, natural resources tax can play a major role for Nigeria. Given Nigeria's high reliance on oil and gas and minerals, the government should ensure that these sectors pay taxes and royalties that are fair and that are transparent. Profit shifting, base erosion, and tax avoidance by multinational corporations form a huge part of Africa's missing taxes. And they account for a large share of the over $60 billion in illicit capital flows that Africa loses annually. Now, if companies invest in Africa, they should pay taxes in Africa. Governments should use business investment treaties and avoidance of double taxation to strengthen these incentives. Now, if a company works in Nigeria, benefits from Nigeria, it should pay taxes in Nigeria. Tax policy can be used to incentivize the closing of the massive infrastructure gap that Africa faces, including Nigeria. And Nigeria is showing good example. The new initiative between the federal government and selected private sector businesses to provide road infrastructure in return for tax rebates is an excellent idea. It is conditional, and it can be assessed and measured for delivery. Now, that's the kind of accountability needed, so tax rebates or exemptions are not abused. Today, the Dangote Group is constructing 19 key economic federal roads stretching for 800 kilometers across 6 geopolitical zones due to company tax credits from Mr. President, the Executive Order 007 of 2019 that you signed. Congratulations. Now, however, governments should avoid overly generous tax holidays and tax reliefs. While there should be fiscal incentives, of course, to attract and support the private sector, governments should avoid losing too much tax earnings. Given the size of Nigeria's economy, the population, urbanization, and consumer spending, it is a market with huge opportunities to attract investors. Yes, it has infrastructure deficits. Yes, it has a high cost of doing business. Yet, Nigeria is not a market that can be ignored. Government efforts to secure investments should not be based on giving too much what I call fiscal sugar to the companies, so they do not suffer from what I call fiscal diabetes. Small and medium-sized enterprises should be further encouraged and supported, as they are the lifelines of earnings and the creators of jobs. Tax exemptions or tax deferments can be used to support their growth. Now, Nigeria's bubbling youth are creative. While their businesses may be small, they should be incentivized to grow. Over time, they will become bigger businesses that can provide much higher taxes. There is an urgent need for a fiscal policy regime that strongly supports businesses of young people in Nigeria. Now, Your Excellencies, given Nigeria's high level of poverty and huge inequality, taxes should not be regressive, where taxes paid on goods or services are the same regardless of income. Now, but one thing we cannot ignore is good governance. Good governance is the speed dial for greater tax payments. The role of the government is not just to collect taxes. Its role is to ensure that the taxes are collected transparently, used transparently, and responsibly, and that citizens see what their taxes are being used for. Now, while there should be tax obligations for citizens, there must also be tax accountability to citizens from governments. Participatory tax-based financing systems demand participatory governance. While tax rates are low in Nigeria compared to a number of African and non-African countries, now that is not a justification necessarily to keep increasing taxes, though. We must distinguish between nominal taxes and implicit taxes. By that I mean taxes that are borne but are not seen or recorded. We should not simply compare tax to GDP ratios, as people do. We must not compare apples and oranges. Truth be told, Nigerians pay one of the highest implicit tax rates in the world, way higher than developed countries. Now, think of it. They provide electricity for themselves via generators. They repair roads for their neighborhoods, if they can afford to. There are no social security systems. They provide security for their own safety. And they provide boreholes for drinking water with their own monies. Now, that is incredulous by itself. Boreholes are not the way to provide water in the 21st century. Every household should have pipe-borne water. Take, for example, that 86% of small and medium-sized enterprises in Nigeria spend a whopping $14 billion annually on diesel for generators. Nigeria's companies lose on average 10% of their sales because they do not have access to reliable and affordable electricity. Now, governments over time have simply transferred their responsibility to citizens. When governments or institutions fail to provide basic services, the people bear the burden. A very heavy implicit tax on the population. Taxation is a social contract between governments and citizens. Tax compliance are higher when citizens are provided the needed public goods in exchange for tax payments. Accountability and transparency builds trust, and trust powers higher tax compliance. When citizens see the benefits of taxes, they will have incentives to pay taxes. Efforts should be made to improve overall tax administration, of course, and of course, up to compliance. Weaknesses in tax administration, complex tax codes, causes leakages, costing governments to lose much needed revenue and resources for development. Tax legislations should also be stable and, of course, predictable. Given Nigeria's structure with the three tiers of government with varying powers, efforts should be made to harmonize tax regimes and avoid multiplicity of taxes. Your Excellencies, to succeed, efforts must be made to reform domestic tax laws and institutional frameworks. There is much scope to further improve the institutional capacity for tax audits, tax management, business intelligence at all levels to improve tax revenue collection. The African Development Bank is ready to provide needed technical and institutional support to the Federal Inland Revenue Service and to Nigeria to build up its capacity for tax administration. I wish you, Your Excellency, Mr. President, all the very best of success as you lead our great nation and in your efforts to mobilize more resources for Nigeria's development. We will overcome the COVID-19 pandemic. Let us arise with faith and strength and a stronger sense of social contract to mobilize resources for our nation's development. Let us do so with full accountability to the people. As Nigerians, we must all pay our share. For the nation we build is one in which we all have shares. And together, we must make it work. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much for that keynote address. And I believe one of the most heartening things to hear is that commitment to support the federal and the state tax authorities to build the machinery for enhancing tax revenue drive. It is now my very, very distinguished and heartfelt privilege to request that Excellencies that will rise, we all rise, Our Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to receive the address and to welcome our special guest of honor, Mohammed Buhari, GCFR, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. May we rise. Your Excellency, Mr. President, thank you very much. Can we put our hands together as we welcome him?
Please sit down. Your Excellency, the governors of Ekiti and Lagos states, representatives of the Senate President and Speaker, House of Representatives, and other members of the National Assembly, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, President, African Development Bank, Chief of Staff of the President, Honorable Ministers, Chairman, Federal Inland Revenue Services, Captains of Industry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome you all to this important occasion of the first National Tax Dialogue with the apt theme, Taxation in a Post-Coronavirus Economy. This theme provokes two very important questions in my mind about the practice of governance, which are that A, what to do in order to improve the lives of the citizens, and B, how to do them in the most efficient manner. The issue of what should and must be done to improve the lives of people is the reason we ceaselessly seek the mandate for governance. That is why we have made improving the living conditions of Nigerians the main preoccupation of our team from the inception of our government, and it shall remain the focus of our administration throughout its tenure. Our understanding of the needs of Nigerian citizens and the resolve to meet those needs resulted to our administration embarking on massive infrastructural projects, railways, roads, electricity, healthcare, education, etc. Our government has continued to pursue all those projects despite massive decline in government revenues occasioned by a combination of factors, among which is the coronavirus pandemic. The devastating effect of coronavirus on the health and economy of the world is evident across every strata of our society. It is obvious to every citizen of this country that our economy is not immune from the global economic downturn. As such, we have had to confront the conflicting situations of reflating the economy and at the same time raising revenue to meet our budgetary needs. It is within the context that the government undertook an expensive budgetary projection of over 13 trillion naira for 2021. For some years now, the government has inevitably resorted to deficit budgeting as a result of declining revenues. As we might expect, this has led to an increase in Nigeria's debt profile, which stood at about 32 trillion naira in September last year. This funding gap created by the dwindling government revenue, therefore, underscores the importance of the national tax dialogue we are holding today. Nigeria has a tax to GDP ratio of about 6%. We are still far from reaching our optimal tax revenue generation potential. There is therefore a lot that we can and must do to improve tax revenue receipts. Every Nigerian must see tax payment in its proper context, which is as a solemn and patriotic obligation that is necessary for building a better society. No nation has ever made progress without having to pay for it or make the necessary sacrifice. I therefore call on all Nigerians to be alive to their tax obligations. This government is strategically restructuring the tax revenue mix in favor of indirect taxes in accordance with our national tax policy document. To this end, Federal Inland Revenue Service is mandated to do all that is required in order to efficiently collect tax revenue due from transactions carried out using local and foreign online platforms. The government has made relevant statutory amendment to tax laws in the Finance Act 2020. This administration is, however, not seeking to increase the tax burden of the citizens, but to plug the existing tax loopholes or leakages and to ensure even an equitable application of the tax laws. This was clearly demonstrated by the provision of the Finance Act 2019, whereby government exempted small companies from tax and reduced the income tax rate for medium companies from 30% to 20%. In the Finance Act 2020, which I signed into law at the tail end of 2020, we went further to cushion the burden of tax on the low wage workers by exempting minimum wage from personal income tax. We all are now living in a fast digitalizing world. As such, business transactions are continually being migrated from brick and mortar locations to digital places or spaces. It is therefore incumbent upon tax authorities to adopt digital means to efficiently track taxable transactions for the purpose of collecting the tax. In order to provide the necessary legislative framework for the adoption of technology in tax administration, we also made necessary amendments to the FIRS Establishment Act in the Finance Act 2020. It is not enough that our citizens and local businesses pay their fair share of taxes. Equally, foreign businesses must also not be allowed to continue to exploit our markets and economy without paying appropriate taxes. Accordingly, the Federal Inland Revenue Service has my mandate to speedily put all measures in place to fully implement programs to stamp out base erosion and profit shifting in all their ramifications and generally automate its tax processes. In line with this, I have directed all government agencies and businesses enterprises to grant Federal Inland Revenue Services access to their systems for seamless connections. We must ensure that its deployment of technology for automation is then in line with international best practices. In particular, FIRS can borrow a leaf from other countries which have successfully automated their tax processes. Nigeria shall continue to work with the inclusive framework on equal footing to develop internationally acceptable rules for taxation of the digital economy. one, and the agreement of the rules of the inclusive framework, the significant economic presence rules shall continue in operation. Ladies and gentlemen, there is limit to what an individual or small group of people can conceive by way of ideas. However, the larger society is the ultimate repository of knowledge and the driver of inspiration. On this note, I invite you all to avail the government of your insights and wisdom at this national tax dialogue. It is my pleasure to declare this maiden edition of the National Tax Dialogue open. Happy deliberations. God bless all and the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please may we rise for the national anthem. Please, we may have our seats. We will be having our tea break right now for 15 minutes. We'll start with the VIPs, the executive governors, the heads of parastatals, and the representatives and our security personnel, and also the board of the FIRS. The tea break is for 15 minutes. We hope to be back by exactly 10:35. 11:35, sorry.
So we're looking forward to having you back in 15 minutes so that the dialogue can continue. When we return, we'll have the first panel discussion, taxation in post-COVID-19 economy, and will be chaired by His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, with eminent panelists. So have 15 minutes. We crave your indulgence, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for you to return after 15 minutes. Thank you so much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, may we begin to return from tea break. The Excellency, the Governor of Lagos, the Chairman of the session is already seated and waiting. Please, let's begin to return so that we can start with the first panel discussion. So please, let's begin to return to our seats.
please, we're expecting our guests to return for the panel discussions. The panel discussions will commence in the next 2-3 minutes. Please, may we all be seated? We'll commence the panel discussions right now.
Yes, I do. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we settle down, we will respectfully call on the chairman of this first panel of discussants, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, who will be chairing the session on taxation in post-COVID-19 economy. Your Excellency, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who's chairing. Let's make him feel welcome with a round of applause. Sir, please. Also invite, as part of discussions, respectfully we invite Mr. Mele Clary, the Group Managing Director of the NMPC. Welcome, sir. A round of applause for him. We would like to call quickly also the representative of PKF Consulting in Nigeria, Mr. Tajuddin Akande. Mr. Tajuddin Akande. Welcome, sir, please. Let's welcome with a round of applause. Welcome. Also, last but not the least, panelists on this, for this discussion, Mr. Yomi Olugbenro of Deloitte. So, warm welcome to you. Let's just welcome him warmly. Thank you very much. Welcome. I will now hand over this session. I will hand over this session, Taxation in Post-COVID-19. This panel will be discussing the keynote address delivered by the President of the AFDB. And chairing once again is Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, Executive Governor of Lagos State. Sir, over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank my very distinguished panelists. Chairman FIRS, thank you for putting this together. And I want to stand on all existing protocols. We've done the first part where Mr. President himself had given us an address and other participants. It would have been nice if we're just listening to very insightful speech and address by the president of AFDB, Dr. Adeshino, but I was able to take 2-3 notes around what he had discussed. You know, it's instructive to know that before the pandemic, we saw 6 out of 10 fast-growing economy in Africa. That was actually very, very interesting to see. And what the pandemic has done to our continent, from his numbers, is the worst dip we've seen in almost 2 decades. And for Nigeria, we saw a dip of about 3%. There's a total African loss of over 170 billion. And it's also instructive that he mentioned that, which is part of the challenge we have in Nigeria, about 60% of our debt service could indeed be eaten into our budget directly. The bank, from the numbers, had supported Nigeria and other African businesses. They are putting together a 3 billion social bond, which is the largest we've seen. But he has also brought forward some of the regular indices that we see. About 60% of our informal, about 60% are in the informal sector of our economy. How do we continue to enlarge the coast and get a lot more people, you know, in the formal sector? And he had mentioned to us digitalization, you know, and along the line he mentioned the Estonia experience, which is a distributed-based, you know, taxation system. He reminded us as into how we need to ensure that our natural resource work for us, work for the work for the economy, work for our citizens, and how we need to ensure that whilst we continue to say that our tax to GDP ratio is very low, he actually did mention to us that the implicit component of the tax, you know, is actually very high, one of the highest around, where citizens have to, you know, provide some support around water, electricity, and some of the requirements that is needed for them to continue to do business. I think at the end of it all, he had mentioned all the strength and capability that AFDB can bring to bear, how they can support the Nigerian government, how they can support the Federal Inland Revenue Service. And he forgot to mention how they can support subnationals like ourselves, but we also need the support. But I think it's important for me personally, an opportunity to sit here, you know, as the biggest subnational in the country, where over 60 to 65% of the VAT collectible in the country are in Lagos. But it also comes with a huge challenge, a huge, enormous challenge. You know, Lagos used to be the seat of the federal government, and so when it moved to Abuja about 25 years ago, all of the challenges are still remaining in Lagos. How do we need to pack the refuse, the schools, the hospital? I've seen a lot of people come up to me today and they've greeted me as the governor. They are working in Abuja, but their family are still in Lagos. You know, so these are the reality that I found myself. But I know that the panelists here, they are all dual citizens. The GMD of NNPC, you know, is my very good friend. Yes, we keep him here in Abuja, but he stays in Lagos. And the 2 other gentlemen are Lagosians by extension, but they make a lot of money in Abuja. So I would start with my bro who works with Deloitte. They are tax experts. You know, it's common knowledge that the COVID-19 pandemic has affected many businesses globally, and Nigeria, last year. The Nigerian government, through the Ministry of Finance and other agencies, released some palliative to that effect. In your view, do you think the citizens and businesses, do they feel the impact, you know, of how federal government and the state have reflected, you know, have been able to take up their issues, given the very pandemic that all of us are ravaged with last year?
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Governor and the Chair. I think there's no denying the fact that the speed with which, you know, the country responded to the pandemic, both, you know, at the national level and also the subnational, I think there's no denying the fact that a lot of commendation greeted that. The truth is that the size of the palliatives, particularly in terms of the monetary and all of the interventions that were rolled out to the citizens, was determined by the size of the fiscal headroom that we have. So if we judge it within the limit of available resources, and compare what the country did with our contemporaries across the world, there's no denying the fact that I think the response from the country was quite commendable. And we could see this also in terms of the global statistics that are rolled out around the world, both in terms of the casualties and how citizens and how the effect was contained. So I think the country deserves a significant measure of commendation. What I also note is that beyond the monetary palliatives that were rolled out, particularly because, this is a tax dialogue, I think some of the regulatory first steps, if I can use that word, that we took earlier in the year, probably earlier in 2020, not probably even knowing that the pandemic was going to be that severe, was going to hit us, I think it was quite timely. It was the first time in many years that we're going to see the return of the finance bill, and that's fiscal instrument as a way of helping businesses and helping the citizens. So many of the measures that were contained in that finance bill that eventually got signed were the kind of measures that people were clamoring for around the world. So how do you empower MSMEs? How do you provide, enabling environment for taxpayers, to be able to run their business more efficiently and just encourage businesses with incentives, even from a regulatory side. So when we're measuring the quantum of the interventions, I think we need to recognize that beyond the financial intervention and the physical palliatives and the materials that were shared, even from a regulatory side, we appear to have some bit of foresight that was just phenomenal. The reliefs we provided for micro businesses, the tax exemption from a VAT, from an income tax perspective, virtually every sectors of the business in the finance, right? Virtually every sector of the economy got something from that bill, and I think that was a great move, and we've seen the return of that with the Finance Act 2020 that has just been signed. So with those two interventions alone on the regulatory space, I think we've done far more than we have done in a decade, if not more.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I think if I also can further add to what you've said, for us in Lagos especially, right, directly we were able to come up with palliatives directly that would touch the MSMEs around even the time it takes them to file their returns, giving them a whole lot more room, giving exemptions, and waivers to some of our loan, some of the people who've given, some of the small businesses who've given loan to using, our Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, they will give them waivers, and grants, and just ensuring that they have enough cushion, to be able to stay afloat. I'll go to the GMD, and from what Dr. Adesina also said, your sector is so very critical, to the country. And he did mention that, we need to look at what and how we're getting, all of the requirements from the natural resources, and that we should always use it, to cushion the effects, and we should do it in a fair and a transparent manner. Given the issues around the extractive industry, which is said to have accounted for about 60 billion of illicit financial inflows, would you say they've made their fair share of the taxes? And how would you react to this? Do you think Nigeria and indeed all of us are getting a fair share from our resources and from the extractive industry in which you're a major player? GMD.
Thank you very much, Excellency, Chairman. And I think what's very important to note from Dr. Adesina's statement is that there should be fair and transparent taxes, particularly from resource taxes. And it's also true that there's a significant overdependence on petroleum revenues in all forms, taxes, royalties, margins that the national oil company makes, and so on and so forth. But what's most significant, Excellency, is that there must be a concerted effort towards expanding the tax net. We have a different understanding of expanding the tax net, which is not just about having a population or bringing in people who should have been paying taxes, but rather increasing the volume of companies and businesses that are able to pay tax. And once you increase that, you'll see a collateral increase in the collections that the tax authorities, both between the national and the subnational level. It's also true, I'm sure Chairman will agree with this, that the most efficient of taxpayers we have in the country still remains in the petroleum sector. They are the sector that don't dodge tax, or at least they don't do as much as others do. And therefore, it's one focus area where, because of the relationships that it has between petroleum revenues, petroleum taxes, and the realities of collection, that the tax authorities must focus on, even at the subnational level. And what we think should happen is to dampen taxation. What I mean is that reduce the burden of tax on individual companies' basis, and by so doing, you are going to have more margin coming to these companies that operate in the sector, and therefore more of them will come into the sector. Therefore, volume increases, and you are able to increase and expand the scope of taxation in very many forms, not just really about petroleum taxes, but very many other taxes and levies that we impose on petroleum operations. And that way, you will have more people paying taxes at all levels, both at the national and the subnational level, and of course, it will become an attractive environment for investment. As we speak today, our country is one of the most stringent fiscal environments for oil operations, and therefore, when companies decide to invest, this probably becomes one of the least places that it will come. And that's why we are working with FIRS, all the rest of the government team, to ensure that we have some amendment to the petroleum legislation, especially in the fiscal space, so that more people are able to trust our system and to see the more competition that we can create in this country so that people can come. And doing that means, because you are dealing with an industry that is used to managing risks, industry that is used to manage transparency, because transparency is a critical element of the oil and gas sector. It's a global practice. Therefore, there are things the oil companies can't do that others can try to do. And therefore, if you are able to increase the investment in the oil and gas sector, in the gas sector and so on, you will see more and more taxes will come, not necessarily directly as petroleum profit tax or even as royalties, but because there will be collateral taxes that will come.
Thank you.
Pay as you go and so on. So maybe that's the way to go, Excellency.
Thank you. Thank you very much, GMD. Okay, so I'll go to my second tax expert, Mr. Gundipio. So, right? Mr. Akonde, I'm very close, don't worry. So like what GMD had said, it's getting to a stage where we need to now do a lot more diversification. And our guest speaker also said it, that about 60%, of our people are still in the informal sector, right? But in terms of compliance, in terms of adequacy of what they do in that sector, is still, very, very poor, and it's not. So we're not asking for any increase in rate. We're just asking for coverage and having them, being formalized and being under an umbrella where we can monitor. As a tax expert, what do you think government can do differently, or what are they doing that they can improve upon to be able to drive a lot more of the informal sectors into the coverage, and we can broaden, the tax coverage that we're currently seeing in the country now?
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor and the Chairman. Clearly, what we need to do, we have started on that journey by having a policy of deliberately moving away from direct taxes to indirect taxation. Experience all over the world have shown that the rate of compliance and amounts collected is more when your tax system lean more towards indirect taxes. Because with indirect taxes, it's tied more to consumption. It is easy for you to avoid paying the taxes. You have the choice. But if you decide to get engaged with certain transactions, you cannot run away from that tax. One of the pillars of a good tax system is ease of collection.
Yeah.
And with indirect taxes, the assessment, the administration of tax is simpler. So as we move towards indirect taxes, the things we should be doing
is to increase the taxes and levies that can come through that route. The other thing that we need to do is stakeholders engagement. The informal sector, people try to avoid taxes, run away from paying taxes, and look for justification, the issue of accountability. But with constant engagement and taxpayer education, which I believe FIRS is doing, but they need to increase activity in that area. When people are aware that this is an obligation and it is in our interest to pay taxes so that we can have that moral authority to question our leaders as to what are they doing with the resources that has been placed at their disposal to take care of our needs in terms of infrastructure, security, and all that. A person that has fulfilled his own obligation will have that authority to question the leaders. And so to that extent, we need to educate people, the citizen, of what they stand to benefit by doing their own bit of this social contract that we have with ourselves.
Thank you very much. I think we cannot but continue to re-emphasize it, especially for someone like me that is sitting here politically. It's a social contract between citizens and government, and we must continue to ensure that we play that role and we play it very well. I'll go back to my other tax experts, and I think Mr. Akonde started it around digitalization and ensuring that, in the space that we find ourselves now, especially given the C-19, the COVID-19 pandemic that has been ravaging the world in the past 12 months, we cannot lay it down that digitalization is so critical. Ability and capability to be able to, attract the collection of this tax. Do you think we are doing enough in this part of the world? And how much of digitalization do you think we can bring to this space, such that, like he said in the informal sector, such that a lot more people it can be accessible, it can be, affordable, and the cost of collection, can indeed go down, so that we can get a lot more people, around. So speak around, in the pandemic era, what would digitalization do, to our collection space? Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Your Excellency. So have we started? Are we on the right track in terms of the direction of focus? The answer is yes. Are we doing enough? I think if we take a census, even in this room, I think everybody will probably have their hands lifted that there's a lot more that we can do. But what I think is important is, first of all, the awakening and the realization that this is the ace to the problem and the challenge that we've been facing around dealing with the paucity of funds that we're having in the country. The potential is there. We have the population, we have the largest size of the economy on the continent. We need to be able to measure this and compare this also with the size of our revenue. And so if we do that analysis, it is clear that there's still a lot of gap. So how will technology or digitalization, how will it help? There's a lot that can be done when the ease of payment, the process of administration from end to end, from the assessment, in fact, from the identification of the taxpayer, the enumeration itself, to the assessment, to the collection, when there is a seamless flow across that makes it almost practically impossible for you to be outside the net and to avoid paying the appropriate taxes until we're able to do that. Have we started? Yes. On the FRS with LIRS and many of the state internal revenue services, you see a lot of effort in this area. But I think we can integrate more. And the way to start, or the way to approach this, is to make the process a lot more holistic. I think we have technology automation for certain aspects of the tax system. We need to have it as a single thread that runs through. And what I mean is, we tell taxpayers to say, look, you don't need to come to the FRS to come and drop a check or make a payment. Go to the bank or pick up your banking app and make a transfer. Some systems, some revenue services have been able to say, oh, you can even upload the form online, and then once you get your code, go to the bank and make the payment. But this system needs to be seamless, beginning from the identification. We still have a large percentage of the potential taxpayer that are either not caught within the tax net or are still able to be outside. There has to be a system. The national identification system that is ongoing, the BVN system that is ongoing, the national taxpayer database that we're doing, I think there can be a lot more effort put into this to make sure that everyone that is potentially liable to tax is first of all identified and recognized within the system. And that can also even go through to the informal sector that we're talking about. Because if you look at the informal sector, we often use the term to describe every other player in the economy that probably hasn't got a formal business structure. But a huge percentage of this still use the banking system, even though they are informal. So maybe they're not operating with their legal entity, they are operating through their personal bank account. So somehow, it's not all of the informal that is informal. There are some bit of formal informality, because they're using the banking system and all of that. How can we make sure that for as long as you do that, you're recognized? So that's first of all. And that system links directly to how to recognize and assess your income for tax. And how do we from there, having recognized that you are liable to tax, make sure that the assessment can be linked to it? There are systems around the world where you probably don't even have so much around direct system. It's just transaction taxes. So as you do your transaction, there is an amount of tax, indirect tax, that you pay in the process, and every transaction has a cut for the government. I think we need to develop a homegrown, considering the state of our infrastructure, considering the dichotomy between the former and the informal, to develop a homegrown solution that can link to, from the identification to, to the assessment to the payment on a single holistic basis. Simple, not complicated, not several layers of form or several layers of portal that you need to log out of this, go to this, and just be able to revamp the system.
Thank you. They're actually doing a digital cabinet for us, so I mean, he likes everything digitalization. That's Deloitte for you. GMD, I'll come back to you again. Your industry is such a critical industry for us, but I think it was also Dr. Addition that has also said that we need to strike a balance between government giving incentive, right, and government also ensuring that adequacy, of tax payment are also done. Given your own industry and directly, do you think government is sufficiently taxing that industry? Do you think we're given a whole lot of exemptions too much? Do you think we need to strike a better balance? Given the fact that we need all of these FDIs, where do we strike the balance? Are we overstretching it, or are we just, throwing out good money, all in the means of giving people incentive or something? But in your own, industry specifically, given the biggest player, in the country, what do you think and what are your views around this?
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. I think to put it straight, probably this is the most taxed industry. We have over 13 types of taxes imposed on this industry, both from the national and the subnational, including local governments. And for an oil company, in this business, every taxation is a net off against margin that the company will make. That's the way they see it. They don't care what it is, but at the end of it, whatever you claim back from the divisible income is a reduction on the margins that these companies make. Yeah. And every oil company across the globe, measures countries on the basis of how much of this divisible income will get back to the companies from its investment. And the rating we have today is probably one of the most extreme fiscal environments globally. So to be blunt, probably this industry is overtaxed. That is why you are not seeing significant investment coming into this country. And by implication, we are not seeing the other collateral benefits in form of other employee taxes, pay-as-you-go, pay-as-you-earn taxes for employees. So once you don't have growth, you will not have investment. Absence of investment means there's no growth, and therefore those taxes that are incidental will also vanish. So obviously, this is the reality we have seen, and that is why the petroleum legislation that is being put in place will address those challenges to make sure that we're able to expand the cake, like the chairman always says, so that the cake becomes bigger and then when you pick a part of that big cake, it will still be significant. There will be no pain on the investors, yet you get more from it. I think this is really what is happening.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Akonde, we'll take a different dimension to this again now. You know, Dr. Addition also mentioned around the implicit, taxes. We usually say that our GDP to tax ratio is always one of the lowest in Sub-Saharan and Africa, but he was able to bring forward some of the additional costs that our citizens also usually have burden with. But hey, on one hand, we in government, and me sitting down here as a government person, we in government always push, that our citizens have a civic responsibility to us. They must pay their taxes. If they don't pay the taxes, we cannot deliver, the social good on it, of it, And on the other side, the citizens also ask us for accountability and transparency. What are we, So from your own perspective, given a player in this industry, where do we strike the balance? Which one do you think comes first? Because the government can also say, if I don't get this tax, I cannot also deliver on social good. But the citizens are saying that I don't trust you so much, so I will not pay your tax, but I want you to deliver these goods. How do we strike this balance? Which one needs to come first? And how do you help us, take this conversation forward?
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I think both has to go hand in hand.
Speaking to the mic.
Yes. The two has to go together. Which one comes first is a matter of imagination. Let's take it this way. Government has a responsibility to deliver service to the people. The people has an obligation to pay taxes so that government will have revenue. Now, we are in an environment where our current situation is that it is very easy for people to find justification. The fastest thing that comes out of a potential taxpayer's mouth is, what are they doing with the money, sir? So, for me, I think the starting point is for us to begin to show certain things to build trust. I mean, you are a governor, sir. I'm sure one of the first things you tried in your first 100 days is to do certain things so that the citizens can believe that we have another action governor on seat. So it's the same. We must do certain things, maybe from resources from other sources of revenue. Provide those things that the citizens were yearning for as a measure of like a carrot, so that we begin to close that gap of excuses for people to run away. It's very easy to say, look, you are doing something against the law. The fact that you don't see what they are doing with the money is not an excuse not to pay. But that would not be the way to go, because you need to ensure voluntary compliance. The best way to administer taxes, to ensure revenue growth, is for people to voluntarily comply. And for people to voluntarily comply, you need to make the environment friendly. You need to show results, accountability that Dr. Additional mentioned. And we all have to have that education, that it's a responsibility that we should not be looking for excuses for. And in doing that, we have to be able to show some examples of the good things that government is also doing. That way, over time, more and more people will be convinced. But the easiest, the simplest taxes to collect is transaction taxes, indirect taxes. People pay without even knowing they're paying. And that reduces the conflict and the efforts and the cost of collection.
Thank you very much. I think it's been such an interesting conversation this morning. You can see the cream of the experts that FIRS have given to me this morning to bring forth this conversation. In closing, what I want to say is I have listened to the ideas that has been espoused by Dr. Adesina. I take forward a conversation around how do we help the youth, the young entrepreneurs amongst our citizens. How do we ensure that we can actually, deliberately support them, reduce their tax burden when they're just starting youthpreneurs or whatever name we call them. They're all young entrepreneurs, and so they need that support for them, especially around this COVID period, for them to be able to stabilize, their businesses and understand what is expected of them going forward. And I think it's also an opportunity for me personally to challenge FIRS again, that for us in subnational, we see you as big brother, but we're watching you. We expect that indeed, that in fair play, we need a lot more because we're the ones that are closer to the citizens. We're the ones that actually feel the yearning. And like what all of the experts says, when we get a lot more from you, we can do a lot more for our citizens, and by extension, the trust that is in short supply, we can all rebuild it, and we can indeed build a bigger nation that all of us will truly, really be proud of. I want to, on behalf of FRS, thank all of the distinguished panelists this morning, and I want to say that indeed, it's an honor to be part of the conversation here today at your first tax dialogue. Thank you very much, panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. And our panelists. So I see that you've summarized. We were trying to get some feedback, but let's take photographs. Maybe Mr. Chairman, FRS will join them. Sir? Chairman FRS, sir, you would like to join them for the pictures, sir, for the photographs. Thank you. Another round of applause for His Excellency, our distinguished panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm sure that there might be out there among our participants questions and comments based that we'll have loved to engage the panel on, but His Excellency has to leave for another important engagement. So let's keep those issues handy. We'll be free to bring them up as the dialogue continues. Thank you very much. It's now my pleasure to also call on the next panel, panel 2, and this will be chaired by I need some guidance. Thank you. For the next panel discussion, will be chaired by the Minister for Digital Economy. We will first, before we take the panelists come up, there will be a presentation that will be done virtually from South Africa by the Executive Secretary of the African Tax Professional Forum, Mr. Logan Watt. He will be presenting on the topic, taxation as a panacea for national development. If we're ready, okay, he's already with us, then after the presentation, we'll invite the panelists to come up to discuss this very important aspect of our conversation today. So, Mr. Logan Watt, once again, warm welcome from Abuja to you, and hope you all are keeping safe in South Africa. Thank you very much. Please. Sorry, Mr. Watt, maybe you need to unmute.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize for getting used to the new normal. Your Excellencies, Ministers, Senators, esteemed guests, Mr. Muhammad Nami, Chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service of Nigeria, and the immediate past Chairman of the Council, African Tax Administration Forum, all esteemed guests, it is my honor to be present in your meeting today. I'd like to thank you for the invitation and congratulate EFAT and the Chairman for the first national taxpayer, for the first national taxpayer day. Post-COVID and the impact of 19 itself has left many scars across the world, including on the continent. We feel both the health as well as the economic consequences of this pandemic as it strikes us across the world and in Africa. Especially, we feel, together with the health impact, the socio-economic impact. The previous panel has reflected on some of the impact of COVID-19 and very ably reflected on some of the measures that your country, Nigeria, and I can share countries around and the world have taken to bring some relief to taxpayers, especially those in small and medium enterprises, but also wage-earning taxpayers during this time. And so, now at the post-COVID recovery, and post-COVID recovery we know is going to be costly. And so that challenge, the post-COVID recovery, together, one's own national development agenda, the developments of the challenges of meeting the Sustainable Development Goals, the Agenda 2063 of the African Union, these poses huge challenges, and taxation is going to be central in these challenges. And the previous panel very ably spoke taxation. It was really good to listen to that esteemed panel, and it would be interesting to be there with you to debate some of the issues that they have raised, including whether in fact in a non-COVID environment incentives are in fact beneficial or not, and the regressive nature of indirect taxes. While it's easy to collect, it probably disproportionately impacts poorer people. So that will be a very interesting debate. But to meet the sustainable development goals, lower and middle income is going to have expenditure of around $1 trillion per annum just to meet the goals of the sustainable development. The issue is where will such funds come from? Important to understand that the global pandemic is both a humanitarian and an economic crisis, and the impact will be felt for a long time to come. 60 million Africans, in addition to the current numbers, will be pushed into poverty and food insecurity, and about 110 million African children and young people will be out of school, in fragile healthcare systems, and the slow economic activity and the economy will increase unemployment and debt while decreasing remittances, development assistance, and domestic revenue. And all of this is going to impact on our ability to meet the sustainable development goals. And next, we talk about Agenda 3. And that agenda talks about building the Africa we want. And it has aspirations, 7 of them. It has 20 goals. It wants to articulate the next 50 years. And the first 10 years of its implementation plan requires a lot of investment in local industrialization. To achieve this, it is required that the financial resources and the domestic resource mobilization from a domestic economy is supposed to contribute about between 75 and 90% of what must be raised to meet the ideals of Agenda 2063. So tax and tax revenue will play a big part in this. So what is the global context next that we are operating in if we are talking about the challenges raised by the President, by Dr. Adesina, and by the previous panelists? What are the global issues that we need to consider? Look at domestic resource mobilization as a panacea. First, we heard earlier the African Development Bank speak about the impact of illicit financial flows and the 50 to 60 billion US dollars per annum that flows out of the country. We need to stem that. 2, tax incentives. Tax incentives in a period of COVID is understandable. Tax incentives, tax relief. But tax incentive as a driver for investment, we believe, is not a proven thing. We think that countries are signing away millions of US dollars in incentives that are not necessary. We think that about 3.5% of annual GDP is lost through incentives. Companies invest in countries like Nigeria, like Ghana, like South Africa, not because they invest there because there's a stable economy, there's a stable political environment, and a very good supply of human resource skills, good infrastructure, the supply of energy. Those are the things that drives their decision, not whether we give them a tax holiday for 10 years. They don't get that in the developed countries, and they invest it. So that's part of lose a lot of our money. Of course, an exciting development is the continental free trade area for Africa. It's going to bring huge benefits because it's going to be the biggest. And Nigeria is the biggest economy on this continent and stands to be at the forefront of making this engine work. However, the immediate aftermath of the opening up of the borders is in customs-related income. Customs-related income drives 15 to 17% of total income in Africa. And that income must now be replaced in the medium term, because the impact of the free trade area will only immediate the countries such as yourselves in Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, those countries, a globally exposed economy and big as your own. Of course, the taxation of the digital economy is the big one. Digital companies, Netflix, Uber, Google, Facebook, are making huge profits from massive markets around the world, including in Africa, and in Nigeria, the biggest country in Africa. and do business in our economies without being physically present here, so we are not able to tax them. And so a local internet-based company will be subject to your average 28-30% tax, corporate tax that they must pay as part of their overheads. But an international company with no presence doesn't have to add a 30% overhead cost, and therefore your local company cannot compete. These are issues that we must deal with. If you look at your market, let me reflect on your neighbor for a minute. In Ghana, revenue in e-commerce is projected to $250 last year. Sorry, $450 million US last year alone. The growth in the fashion industry on the digital platform from outside of Ghana is growing at a huge proportion to a total market penetration of 31% of the population. Good practice, good economic, good business, but no revenue gets collected. Now imagine the amount of revenue if your corporate tax rate is between 20 and 30%. Imagine the amount of revenue lost. So we've got to find a solution to tax the digital economy. Digital services tax, as you do, is part of it, but digital services tax will be a maximum of about 1 to 3%, and these companies simply pass it on to the charges of the consumer, taxing their profits, which is an important part of doing business. So, esteemed guests, those are some of the global issues that we have to consider. But taxation in a bigger scheme of things as part of development is incredibly important, as the previous panelists have said. And so we must invest in all our countries on the continent, including Nigeria, in good tax policy, in good tax administration, automation, tax systems. We must support FIRS. We must support the state revenue services, because in the end, efficiency, automation, and the eradication of manual processes and corruption will, without increasing anything, add a lot of money to the fiscus. And so if you look at the program that my organization, that was led by Mr. last year, did in Nigeria over the past 4 years, we did a program on transfer pricing for the past 4 years there in Nigeria. And your parliament passed legislation. We really looked at international tax legislation, and an immediate consequence of that was a $90 million US increase in your corporate taxation in the area of transfer pricing, just in the first year after passing that legislation. So the fruit is low to pick. We must pass the right laws, we must have the best administration, and then we can do that. Of course, good tax behavior goes with good value for money. And as somebody said in the earlier panels, when citizens see what they get for their money, they pay, they are willing to pay. And when citizens feel are fair and everybody pays equally, then their levels increase dramatically. And so national and international systems to facilitate tax evasion and avoidance schemes must be addressed, because that is where we lose part of that $50 billion. Must be fair and progressive, it must be transparent. And so what are the ways that we can improve a tax system in any place on the continent? We've got to strengthen tax policy administration, and we've got to do it now. Financial inclusion, making sure that the large informal sector is being supported, work with financial institutions to bring innovation, to capturing sales information. So therefore the IT modernization can bring a lot of that. And maybe finally on the improvement of the tax system is globally, there are a number of multilateral initiatives happening that is going to impact all of our taxes in Africa. The main one being the taxation of the digital economy that is currently being discussed in Paris. How we tax the Googles and the Amazons is going to affect the taxing rights allocated to countries around the world. Nigeria is currently playing a leading role, in fact, is the deputy chair of the inclusive framework that is busy designing a new tax system around the digital tax. Nigeria must continue to play that role, because if we are not going to be there, the current proposals on the table are not suitable for African countries, and we've got to be there to make sure that we have a deal that suits us. Finally, esteemed guests, a lot has been said by by the panelists about the Nigerian tax situation, and you are the experts. It is not my place. If you allow me, I'd like to just point out one or two things that reiterate one or two things that are critically important that other speakers, including the chairman as well as the president of the African Development Bank, has said, and that is, and other speakers, and that is Nigerian need for diversification of its tax mix. You know that, I don't have to say that, but we've got to find, you have got to find elements to broaden the tax base, the reduced reliance on oil. And if you look around you, in Africa, the OECD tax to GDP average is over 30%. Nigerian non-oil, just over 5%. But it's an improvement, because 2-3 years ago it was 3%. So there's good things happening. South Africa 26%, Ghana is at 13%, and so on. So we are moving, and we've got to do that diversification, and we've got to look at where some of those taxes come from in that process. So critical is your policy design and your investment in conservation. So the opportunities in domestic resource mobilization for you, we believe in ATAP, lies in the issues already raised. Reforming your tax incentive regime, automating your systems, and participating in the global discussion on the taxation of the digital economy. The other former head of FIRS, Tunde Fowler, is currently the deputy chair of one of the important tax committees in the nations. So Nigeria must continue to play that role. In conclusion, the African Administration Forum, of which Nigeria is a founder member and the longest serving chair, stands ready to put all the efforts of FIRS, the Nigerian government, and the state revenue authorities. We have done so over the past 10 years, and we will continue to do so. And we see that in the increase in audits, in the increase in taxpayer experience, and in the increase in revenue collected by the FIRS. And we can do this through the technical assistance program. I'd like to thank Mr. Nami for inviting me to this event, and wish you well for the rest of your deliberations. The main point is that tax must be fair, it must be efficient, and we have got to give space to small and medium-sized businesses to grow, and their tax bill should not be too heavy. I thank you.
Secretary, Africa Tax Bureau Forum, thank you so much for your insights on this topic. We will convene a panel now to discuss all we've heard, so that the conversation on how to make the cake bigger can continue. Chairing this session and is joining us virtually is the Honourable Minister for Digital Economy. We're hoping that, is he back on now, colleagues? Okay. We will call on the other panelists, to come up, the ones that are physically here. Professor Teju Shomari, who is a professor of taxation and the former president of the CITN. Let's welcome her to the high table. Welcome her. A round of applause for Professor Shomari. We also like to invite as a panelist to the high table, Professor Mainuma Mohammed. Sir, please welcome. We also would like to welcome He's a lecturer on accounting and taxation. We'd like to welcome our very own board member, Mrs. Adesola Agbamgi. Welcome her to discuss this topic. Joining online virtually is Mr. Tao Ojele, who is a partner of the firm PwC. Welcome. Thank you very much. I've been told that the minister had asked us to give him a few moments while we wait. I will ask that the media, as you put up the presentation, while we give the minister a moment to rejoin us.
Pick it for you. No problem at all. No, it's not a difficult thing, honestly.
Thank you. While we grapple with the challenges of technology, the new normal, we will get the conversation rolling. And we have our panelists seated and one virtual. I will start by going to Mr. Tawo Edele. You heard Mr. Logan, word of ETAF, and how he highlighted Nigeria's place in Africa. Do you have any comments about the various initiatives he suggested, or how Nigeria, as the biggest economy in Africa, can set an example using taxation as a panacea for national development? Mr. Edele?
Yes. Yes, thank you very much. Hopefully you can hear me. I do agree. So on one hand, Nigeria remains the largest economy in Africa at a little over $400 billion. And many of us would say, should we be celebrating that? Maybe what could have been is $1 trillion. But then it's still an achievement to recognize and acknowledge. But then if you now take that together with development in terms of economic development, providing infrastructure, and allowing prosperity for businesses and for individuals, you will say that there's a lot more that we need to do. And to be able to do that, because government cannot be printing money to spend, we will no longer have an economy. You need taxes, you need revenue that is sustainable. And it's been established that revenue from natural resources are not things you can bank on. Because sometimes you cannot control the prices, you cannot control the volume, the uncertainties are just too many. So some of the issues are, number one, do we even agree on what is a tax in Nigeria and in Africa? Sometimes you find policymakers and politicians will tell you, well, that's not a tax, it's just a levy, or it's a charge, or it's a fee. To the person who is paying, they don't care what you call it, so long as they have to pay to government, and they're not getting direct benefit for the payment, they consider it to be a tax. And therefore, when it comes to development, it's a social exchange. For paying that tax, we have expectation in returns about what we want to see for social services, for infrastructure, and so many other things that we expect from government, including providing security for lives and property. So when these things are not up to the level expected by the people, or they don't see leadership by example, by tax authorities, by politicians, by political leaders, then these things are very discouraging and they affect trust. So, but the biggest thing we can do at the moment, apart from addressing the trust deficit, is to use technology more effectively. At the moment, we have many agencies and tax authorities in Africa and in Nigeria deploying technology to just tick a box. And those technologies are not working well, they are not effective, or sometimes taxpayers are asked to also duplicate what they have done online, which is very discouraging. And you find that the fact that you use manual processes and cash payment for taxes makes people to pay a lot more taxes, but government collects a lot less KDs in between. You then find that there are avenues for corruption. The example, for what Kaduna State has done, to have increased their revenue by over 200% in about 2 years by just introducing a law to outlaw cash payment and to automate a lot of their programs. And I think also that COVID-19, one very few opportunities provided by COVID-19 is the fact that it's pushing many people and businesses online. And when you go online, what it does is that there's a trail, there's a track record that can be used for audit. And there's more data for government to use for planning, but also for tax collection. And if we combine all these initiatives, I do believe that we can raise our tax to GDP ratio significantly and use that for development.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ojeri. While we await our chairman to rejoin, he's making frantic efforts to rejoin, I will pose this next question based on what Mr. Logowat said to Professor Shumari. Madam, he talked about one of the ways to improve tax administration, and he harped, especially for Nigeria, on voluntary compliance. Maybe you have a word or two on that. How do we improve voluntary compliance going forward at the level which we are? Because in various tax types in Nigeria, the level of voluntary compliance are not too encouraging. So, your comments in this dialogue, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me first of all commend the Federal Inland Revenue Service for this initiative. This is the first time that I'm aware that FIRS is having a tax dialogue. I was in FIRS for 34 years. It never happened. There used to be tax conferences, but this initiative is highly commendable, and I hope it will be sustained. Having said that, the presentation by Mr. Locke of ATAF, first of all, caught my attention when I was listening to him. From where he was speaking, I saw something on tax administration, written like this, and I quote from what I was able to pick. 10 years of building effective and efficient administration in Africa. That's very catchy. And it goes a long way to address the question that have been directed to me by Mr. Edgar on how we can improve tax administration in Nigeria and by extent to some other countries. Let me start by repeating a quote by Justice Wendell Holmes in 1927. Justice Wendell Holmes said, "Taxes are the prices we pay to enjoy an organized society." There is nothing that can be too far that is true from that. Taxes, if you want to enjoy an organized society, you have to pay taxes. So that is a point that we cannot refute. And there are so many empirical studies, especially by some Nigerian researchers, to show that tax revenue is a great contributor to development of Nigeria. There are so many revenues that are collected. Some are oil revenue, tax revenue, non-tax revenue. But all of them, they come under the subgroup of taxation, and we know taxation is part of a fiscal policy. Income and taxation, the two makes fiscal policy. So tax revenue is very, very important. The FIRS has put in a lot of efforts in reforming and improving tax administration. A lot has been done. They're still doing a lot. Even under Mr. Nami, he has introduced his own strategies how to improve tax administration and tax collection in Nigeria. If he hasn't done that, how can you explain that within a short time, I learned that non-oil taxes increased by a percentage of 103%. That's really a great one, and I hope this will be sustained, because in a period of COVID pandemic, exceeding target by as much as 103% is a great feat, and I really want to commend FIRS for that. Having said that, I want to also talk about what are the impediments in tax administration. There are so many challenges that are facing tax administration that the tax administrators, they still need to contend with. They've been fighting them, I think, but they should still continue to fight all these impediments that are disturbing effective tax revenue collection in Nigeria. The issue of multiple taxes is an area that we should look at how we can combat it. Issue of multiple taxes has been with Nigeria as far back as 1997. And it was this issue that led to the promulgation of taxes and levies, approved list for taxes collection, CAPT 2. It used to be Decree 21 of 1998. So this law has just put together the taxes, levies, and fees to be collected by the federal government, which is FIRS. They want to be collected by the state government, and they want to be collected at the local government level. But when the law came out, it elongated the taxes and levies that were being collected before. So I think this is an area that we still need to look at. There are still too many taxes in Nigeria. When Mr. Locke was talking, one of the things he said was issue of tax compliance. I will go a step from tax compliance and move to voluntary compliance. Tax compliance is general, but let us focus more on voluntary compliance. It was because Nigeria wants voluntary compliance to be in place. That was one of the reasons why self-assessment was introduced in Nigeria in 1991. Voluntary compliance is key. But in getting citizens to voluntarily comply to pay taxes, government too has a role to play. The roles of the government and the roles of the citizens, they are all well outlined in the Constitution. According to Section 24F, Chapter 2 of the Constitution, all the citizens of Nigeria, they are supposed to declare their income. They are to declare their income honestly. They are to pay their tax to the lawful authority and to pay the tax as and when due, promptly. All these are in the Constitution, because we want government to get revenue to perform so many things, to provide these services, where do we expect government to get the money to provide all these services, if the citizens do not do their own part? So the citizens, they must first of all do their own part before you expect government to provide the funds, all the amenities that you want. We want free education, we want free hospital, we want free this, free that. Where do you want government to get this money? We can't expect government to print money. If government prints money, there'll be inflation, even superinflation in the country. So there is need for all citizens to comply according to what you already have in the Constitution. So that is the issue of compliance. That one is important. Then the issue of, now talking about tax administration, there are so many things that needed to be done at the tax administration level. The issue of capacity building is very, very key. Training of tax administrators, not only training, you train them, then you also retrain them. Because taxation has multiple disciplines. As a tax administrator, you must have knowledge of accounting. You must know how to get that profit. You need knowledge of accounting. You need knowledge of taxation itself. You need knowledge of economics, because there'll be some economical statistics that you may need to analyze. Then you need the knowledge of law, because taxation itself is statute. There is nothing in taxation that is not backed up by law. If you talk about rate of tax, that is Section 40 of Companies Income Tax Act, Cap C21, LFN 2004. If you talk about registration under the Value Added Tax Act, Cap V1, LFN 2004, that is also law. The capital allowances, they are all contained in Schedule 2 of the Companies Income Tax Act. All the schedules, they are there. So there's nothing you can talk about in taxation that you must have knowledge of law. So capacity building for the tax administrators at all levels, whether at the federal level or state level or local government level, their training is very, very key. Because a lot of people, they join Inland Revenue Service with different background. So they need to be trained to be able to know how to catch all those taxes that wants to escape evasion. The other point is the use of tax incentives. Tax incentives, there shouldn't be too many. What we have in our tax statutes now, if you count them, 1, 2, 3, we are likely to have up to 200 tax incentives. The last time that I did a study on tax incentives in our tax systems, I had about 102 tax incentives that we have. But by the time the Finance Act 2019 and also the Finance Act 2020, by the time the two of them were enacted, we have more tax incentives. Yes, we have more tax incentives. The ones introduced by the 2019 Finance Act and the ones introduced by the 2020 Finance Act, they are desirable. But they need to, FIRS need to set up maybe a small panel to do a study on the tax incentives that we have, assemble all the tax incentives that are in the tax laws, the one that you have in the Petroleum Profit and Tax Act, Cap P1311 2004, the ones that we have in Personal Income Tax Act, Cap P8 LFN 2004, the ones that we have in Stamp Duties Act, Cap S8 LFN 2004, the ones that we have in Capital Gains Tax, Cap C1 LFN 2004, in all the tax laws, even the free trade zones and so on and so forth. Let's do an analysis of all these tax incentives, and let's now extract the ones that are very, useful to the economy and to tax administration. The ones that are not useful, we can make recommendation that the National Assembly should delete them. It has happened before. There used to be this law on this law that when it's something on transfer tax, capital transfer tax. It used to be in the statute of Nigerian tax system. But during the study group of 1991, the members of the study group saw that that tax law was not useful to the system. There was a recommendation that it should be scrapped. So that was how it was scrapped. Then the other thing I want to talk about that will help tax administration is role of tax reforms. Role of tax reforms in the Nigerian tax system is very, very crucial. We have had about 3 main study groups that have addressed tax reforms in Nigeria. The one of 1991, the one of 2003, then before that time there was one in 1978. All these tax reforms, they have very good output that have translated tax administration into where it is today. So Nigerians should have Federal Revenue Service, through the Federal Ministry of Finance, they should have a plan on tax reforms. Should Nigerians be embarking on tax reforms every 5 years? Should it be every 7 years, or should it be every 10 years? We don't have a plan. Many countries, they have a plan about tax reforms. We need to put that in place, that when exactly should we set up a study group to look at the tax system of Nigeria and come up with tax reforms. That will also go a long way to improve the Nigerian tax system. So let me stop here, so to give others a chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Shomari. We have our chair of the session on. Colleagues? Would like to see him? I hope. Okay, thank you. We have the Honorable Minister for Communications and Digital Economy, Dr. Ali Sapatami, is on. And so we will formally start this discussion on the topic, taxation as a panacea for national development. Sir, over to you. Honourable Minister, okay, your video and maybe you're muted, sir. Honourable Minister, you are muted, sir. You need to unmute.
The executive governors here present, the Honourable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Hajia Zainab Shamsuna Ahmad, the Honourable Minister of State for Budget and National Planning, Prince Clem Akbar, the Chairman of Federal Inland Revenue Service, Muhammad Mani, all other invited guests here present, members of our panel, all other protocols duly and respectfully observed. Good afternoon, and may peace, mercy, and blessings be upon you. Firstly, I apologize for my inability to join the discussion from the beginning due to other personal issues. However, the time given to me was 10 minutes after 1, which is still not yet. We still have 6 minutes to the time given to me. It was because of that I had planned to join by 1:50, that is 10 minutes to 2. And I discovered that the panel was ready waiting for me. So it is more of a miscommunication. And I do hope that it will be understood. Firstly, I begin by commending the effort of the 2 ministers and also the executive chairman of Federal Inland Revenue Service, Madam Muhammad Mani, for organizing this first national tax dialogue, which I think is very important, looking at the financial challenges we have in the country, our budget deficit, and many more. I'm very much aware that Federal Inland Revenue Service has been doing well, particularly in recent time, in generating more revenue for the federal government of Nigeria through tax, which I'm also proud to say that the ICT sector or the digital economy sector, which accommodates telecommunications, IT, and online financial activities, have been contributing a lot to it. Furthermore, the sub-theme of this dialogue or of this panel is about taxation as a panacea for national development, which I think is also very important because taxation will come up with so many solutions to the problem of income, particularly towards our national development. I think it's very apt, and I'm glad that we have experts in the area that are willing to be part of this panel to contribute to the discussion so that at the end of it, federal government will be able to have something as takeaway for implementation. I have been informed that Mrs. Amina Mohammed has been dropped and she has been replaced by Mr. Logan Ward, the Executive Secretary of African Taxation Administration Forum South Africa, who has been the lead presenter, and followed by Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, West African Tax Leader, PwC Nigeria. And we also have Professor Teju Somorin, who happens to be the first female professor of taxation in Nigeria, and she is also the immediate past president of the Chartered Institute of Taxation in Nigeria, that is CITN. We also have Professor Muhammad Mainoma, who happens to be a professor of accounting and finance from the University of Abuja, and he is also the immediate past Vice Chancellor of Nasarawa State University, KEFI, and he is the current president of the Association of National Accountants of Nigeria. As part of the panel, we also have Mrs. Adetola Ehile, the partner in the Tax and Regulatory Services practice of KPMG Advisory Services. Based on the information available before me, these are the experts that will be part and parcel of this panel. In no particular order, I will begin by inviting the gentleman sitting from the right side of the table to start the discussion, or let me begin with Professor Muhammad Mainoma to begin the discussion. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. The issue is the taxation as panacea for national development, and I want to take it as from two perspectives. First, the impact of the system on the development, tax system on development, and the second major issue will be the impact of the revenue also on development. If you look at it from the point of view of the system, you require a system that is simple, that people are in very clear terms, understand it, and they are willing to do all the processes so that the revenues can be collected at the end of the day. That way you can impact on national development. And also, you require some level of uniformity, that once the issues are the same, then the laws, the regulations should also apply equally. Once there is that kind of uniformity within the system, you will find that you will be in a position to have a form of taxation can impact on national development. We also argue on the issue of certainty, that let it be clear and let it be certain that whatever it is that you are bringing up as a system of taxation, there should be some level of certainty in it. We also believe in convenience, and that is why the argument of indirect taxation is taking a dimension that people seem to go for it. Though there are also counter arguments that people are saying that it is regressive, but it is regressive to the level that if people are going to acquire the same quantity, but where the rich people are going to buy more and the poor people are going to buy less, if such commodities are actually taxed, you will find that there is still some level of progressive taxation in that kind of system, because it is you purchase according to your capacity. And the people with higher capacity are most likely going to purchase more, and therefore they will have to pay more taxes. The issue of equity is also central in a matter that will want a tax system to impact on national development. Most importantly also, it is the issue of economy, that we feel once the cost of collection is high, then at the end of the day, the total collection is not even more than up to what is paid for it to be collected. Then that way we will not have any impact on national development. But and lastly, in this matter of system is the issue of digitalization. We have agreed to some extent that if these matters are going to go digital, it will be seamless and the level of corruption in the system will be reduced, and therefore it will definitely impact on national development. So my submission therefore in this, it is that to succeed for taxation to succeed in impacting on national development, there must be what I term succeed: simplicity, uniformity, certainty, convenience, equity, economy, and digitalization. Then the maybe second aspect of the matter is to look at 4 basic issues. That is to say that we must be in a position to broaden the tax base. Once it is that it is a greater number of people that are in the tax net, then the revenue that is going to be generated will impact more on the economy. The issue of also automation of the mix, of tax mix, is also a major issue, that once it is done, that there are different varieties of places to get taxes, so that once one is falling, the other is rising, then we'll have the kind of impact we require on a tax base. There is also the issue of capacity building that has already been enhanced. People must be in a position to know what to do in an event that they want to raise revenue that can impact on national development. And lastly, on that aspect is the issue of automation that we have discussed. That once people are not left to be collecting these manually, people are not left to make so many mistakes in arriving at what ought to be paid, then we will have a system that actually impact on national development. And that's my submission.
Thank you very much, Professor Muhammad Noma, for this excellent submission. Particularly, I appreciate your own acronym of SUCCEED. However, digital has been the last one, which I do hope it will be the first one. But in SUCCEED, the last one is digital. But it makes a lot of sense. So we move to the second panel member, that is Mrs. Atedola, to make her own presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And please permit me to stand on all the existing protocol, and also to say thank you very much to the honorable ministers, both for the federal and state, and also as the chairman and all the other board members here present, for the honor given to me today.
I don't know what happened. We can't hear you very well.
I think that one they have to. That speaker, they have to off that one.
Is it on? Okay.
Hello.
I'm so sorry for
Off
that. I just started with.
No problem. I can hear you now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, I mean, I would say, if you want, the conversation around taxes is something that has been going on for a while. And that being said, because when you look at capital, there's an increasing competition for capital, whether it's around the world, even locally, even with our local investors. So, and what has been happening is government is now forced to look inward to then say, how can we generate more, to make sure that we satisfy our teeming population and our budding population. I mean, and the conversation around taxation, it's very clear that that is really the way to go if we look at other developed climes. So in looking at the topic this afternoon, one of the things I had done is I had looked at it from 5 perspectives, and it sort of ties to what Mr. Logan had also mentioned to us today, and also what we heard from the president of the AFDB. And the first one really, I would not make the mistake of professor, so I will start with technology this time around, Mr. Chairman. So I think the big work for the service has already been done. We have really crossed the Rubicon when it comes to technology, which is having the legal framework to support all the things we want to do with respect to technology. So the next step for us as a body, and as the big brother that we are to the subnationals, is that we then have to implement. And when we talk about implementation, Yomi said something earlier on, it has to be from the beginning. So from when we identify, the taxpayer, to when we register the taxpayer, to when he files his returns, he pays his returns, if there's a dispute resolution in the process, and even up to the refund process. So in looking at the entire tax value chain, it is very, very important for us, that as tax administrators, we make sure that whatever it is we're thinking of doing, whatever it is we're thinking of establishing, sort of focuses on the entire value chain so that it's easy for us to collect. Our cost of collection is much lower, and it's also very efficient for our taxpayers and very effective. It becomes very effective for them to also, comply, thereby increasing the conversation around voluntary taxation. The second issue I then talk about as well, because that also come up a lot today, is with respect to what role should incentives now play with respect to our tax administration system. Like every other economy in the world, incentives are usually used for a particular purpose. So I think for Nigeria, one of the things we need to be saying to ourselves is that we need to first of all count the cost of the incentives we've been given. And I'm very grateful to the Minister for Finance, because one of the things that was done differently this year was that we now have a tax expenditure statement alongside our budget. That only tells us that we're starting to count what is the cost to government of what we're giving away. And then to then ask ourselves that, one, our incentives should be targeted. It should be very, very clear to us what we want to incentivize. Secondly is that oftentimes than none, and also I heard that from the AFDB president, it need not be tax that should be the incentive. It can be employment. We can give incentives around employment. We can give subsidies around agriculture. So we should just look beyond tax and also start having the conversation around incentive for infrastructure. Because if you look at some of the things we used to do in the past as a country, one of the things we used to do was investment for infrastructure. Eco Hotel, for example, when it was being built, it wasn't being thought through. It was when the military government realized that we didn't have a 5-star hotel. So they put that on the back end of, an oil well that they were going to give out, which is say, okay, build us a 5-star hotel, and then you can have this oil well. We can look at that as well for our incentive regime to then say, can we start having the conversation around incentives for infrastructure, like other climes do? Thirdly, as well, is our incentive regime needs to be reviewed frequently. We have said it today, times without number, that there needs to be a proper framework for what we're doing. Professor had mentioned that perhaps it's a good time to start saying which of them have outlived their past so that we can cancel or we can remove them from our tax laws. But it's very, very important that our incentives are targeted and it's felt, by the people that need them more. Lastly, I would like to talk about tax education. Tax education because it is really important, and the education that we're supposed to be given, for taxes, I categorize them into 3 perspectives. The first one is to our current taxpayers, as to, do they even know what their obligations are? Do they know what their rights are as taxpayers? Because really, you can't demand your rights if you don't even know what those rights are. You can't ask your senator, you can't ask those questions from your government, whether at the national or subnational levels, if you don't know what your rights are. Making the process simpler for them, educating them on some of the new initiatives that we're putting in at as administrators. Secondly, as well, is on our future taxpayers, because what you want to also do is take taxation to the streets, to the classrooms, and then to the boardroom. So you must be able to educate your future taxpayers. So what are we doing in terms of our curriculum? You know, whether it's our university curriculum, whether it's our vocational curriculum, or our secondary school curriculum. What are we doing to imbibe tax as a culture, so that we have a generation of future taxpayers who understand that taxes are very important? And by doing that as well, not only do you have a generation of future taxpayers, you also have a generation of future tax administrators. Because if you look at Nami, he's very old, so he's probably going to retire very soon. So you need somebody else, you know, to fill in the blanks, and people need to come up, you know, to fill in the blanks. Lastly, for me, is also our staff, you know, as FIRS staff. There needs to be, you know, Professor had mentioned capacity building as well. But we need to start asking ourselves, what does the taxman of the future look like? Is he a lawyer? Is he an accountant like me? Or is he an IT person? So do we need to start retooling our tax people? Do we need to start ensuring that they have the right skills for the future of taxation? I will stop there and, you know, yield the floor, like they say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Achedola, for your wonderful presentation as part of the dialogue. And my major takeaway from your presentations, I think, are two. Number one, you started with technology, which I personally appreciate that. And secondly, on the issue of incentives, I think that one is also very relevant. And we move to the next one, that is Mr. Taiwo Oyedela, the West Africa tax leader, PwC Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I'll stand on existing protocols. I'm particularly happy that we have the Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Economy sharing this session. For that reason, I'm going to speak about just one point. And that point is, in my view, very important to our conversation today. That point is, how can we use data and intelligence for revenue mobilization? And I have, as I was thinking about this, I have the NIN in mind, which is why I said I'm happy that the Honorable Minister himself is the one sharing this session. So Nigeria's tax to GDP ratio is one of the lowest in the world. We've heard that 1 million and one times. But the question is, taking practical steps, what can we do to change that narrative? South Africa, as of 2019 fiscal year, generated more revenue from personal income tax alone than all the taxes generated in Nigeria by FIRS, all the 36 states, customs, all of them combined, because South Africa generated about 11 trillion naira from personal income tax alone. This is after exempting all their poor people. If you earn about 2 million naira equivalent in a year, you didn't pay personal income tax. Yet, they made so much money. So what countries that make reasonable amounts of revenue from tax, what they do is to use data and intelligence. They don't go around begging people and appealing to their conscience. Because in countries where you even have infrastructure and social services, it is not easy to pay tax. That's the reality. So what I'm thinking is, as we are doing the NIN project, how can we use that to solve a very important national problem around revenue generation? Number one, we need to connect the dots. So everybody is rushing out to do NIN because they know very soon they can no longer make phone calls, they will not be able to open accounts. So what we need to do is, once we finish those registrations, anybody who is an adult, and we can get that data from the NIN, we should just automatically register them for taxes if they haven't been registered. So don't ask them to register, just register them. They have a civic obligation to do it. The Constitution mandates everyone to do it. They have been doing illegality before. Now we have their data. Register them and send them an SMS to say, this is your tax number. We expect you to meet your tax obligation going forward. That's number one. Number two is that we need to find a way to connect NIN to companies. So we need to go to CAC such that for you to be a director in any company with the CAC, you must indicate your NIN so that we can link it together. For you to register a business name as a promoter of a business, as a major shareholder, we need your NIN so that we can link it together with the business you're doing. Once we have done that, what you have done is you have the data of everyone that is doing anything meaningful in Nigeria that you need to have, right? The next thing you do is how do you ensure that you capture their information? That's where the data and intelligence comes in. And I would explain my perspective. When people have income, whether that income is legitimate or not, they do three things. They spend, they save, and they invest. What you need to do is target people from those three angles. When people are spending, thank God, actually be saying thank God, but COVID-19 has essentially moved a lot of people onto the internet. So things that people were doing before and hiding, now they have to do it online. Online, you cannot erase it, it's there for the whole world to see. And Nigeria has signed exchange of information with so many countries, which means if you take the money abroad, we'll find you. Now, when you link up with how people spend their money, you'll be able to get information from that. Link up with how people save. That's where BVN comes in. Okay, that's where you also link up with how people invest. We need to start thinking about land registry. Can we link everybody who has a land in Nigeria to NIN so we can also link it to tax? Can we link everybody registering their vehicle, right, with vehicle registration authorities? Can we link the capital market? If you're a shareholder, you're buying government bond, you're buying shares in the company or treasury bills, can we also link with investment banks and asset and wealth managers? Now, when you link all of this together, what happens is you can just use somebody's NIN and you see all their wealth, at least, you see their spending, you see their investments, and you can reconcile it with the tax record. If it's not adding up, they have some explaining to do. My view is that this is something that I consider a quick win, and all the agencies working together, Ministry of Finance, Communications and Digital Economy, Trade and Investment, and of course with the lawmakers providing any legal framework where we may run into trouble, and the executive, as we see now, taking the leadership, as well as the FIRS and the Joint Task Board, will be able to help us a lot, including when you're even doing custom clearance. Let's link that to your NIN and to tax, and I can, I'm very optimistic. I think we can raise our tax revenue by over 100% in the next 1 to 2 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my brother, for your excellent submission. I most appreciated Mr. Taiwo. Most importantly, you spoke on my area, that is particularly the issue of national identity number. I strongly agree with what you have said, 100%. I don't have any objection, and I will consider what you have said here for implementation. And most importantly, we need to collaborate with other institutions as you outlined here, like Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Industry, Trade and Investment, and also Federal Inland Revenue Services. I'm so passionate about industry, trade and investment, and I'm so passionate about having a national central database in Nigeria. And this is one of the reasons why we are pushing for all our citizens to obtain national identity number. We live in a country where our estimate, even by the experts, in our population is always plus minus 10 million. Some will tell you we are 200 million, some will say 190, some will say 210 million. it is difficult for you to have a meaningful plan in a country where even the total number of citizens is not known, and you always rely on plus minus 10 million. And if you look at the law-established National Identity Management Commission, under Section 5, it is clearly stated that national identity should be the central and national database of Nigeria, meaning that each and every institution that wants to obtain data should leverage on our national identity database. Today, even before we have started this SIM registration, the database has been captured. Let me say, only approximately 20% of our citizens have been captured in the database. As you rightly said, if you look at Section 27 of the National Identity Management Commission Act, it says that citizens are not allowed to renew their passport without national identity number, not allowed to obtain voters card without national identity number, not allowed to benefit from pension without national identity number, not allowed to pay tax without national identity number. They are not allowed to partake in any transaction with government without their national identity number. They are not allowed in any way to purchase land or to sell any property in Nigeria without national identity number. Any form of transaction in government without national identity number for citizens is illegal. And Section 29 clearly stated that if someone commits any transaction or register for vote or passport or transaction with government without that national identity number, he has committed a crime with fine or imprisonment or both of them. But this has been neglected. So it is because of this now we are pushing to ensure that in our country we have a national database that will capture our citizens 100%. And that should be the reference point of government in taking decision, planning, and many more. So thank you very much for your contribution. I think we have gone around the panel now. Is there any person who did not speak? I hope we have gone around the panel. So if there is none, then I will go back to Professor Muhammad Mainoma for his input on the issue raised by Mr. Atedola, particularly on how to implement incentives that will be impactful to our citizens. Because even today we have so many incentives, but the major challenge is how impactful the incentives have been to our citizens. What do you think government should do to make sure that incentives are impactful to the citizens? And secondly, as an academic who happens to be a former vice chancellor and who happens to be a professor for many years, what is the best way for the staff of FIRS to be trained and retrained on tax collection, tax monitoring, tax regulation, and many more? These are the two questions we have for you based on the issues raised by Mr. Atedola.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, sir. The starting point is that incentives must give results. And by results, I mean taking them literally with the spelling of results. Let us give incentives on regulations and standardization. That whatever we are doing, if we want to do incentives, let it be that it is targeted at regulating the practice in a manner that it will be such that it will be seamless through standardization. Secondly, let it be towards employment generation. That is to say that whatever level of incentive you want to give, let it be that people are engaged more, so that there will be more revenue as a result of that incentive. It could also be in the area of social investment, and that is the essence results. social investment in the sense that there might be some weak people in the society that may not be able to do anything for now, but they have done some level of contribution before. They need to now feel the impact of the economy. So such incentive must be in that will be tailored towards that social investment. The U is utility investment, that if we can give some level of power, some level of road networks that is going to improve what they do instead of direct monetary donation to such companies. So utility investment is the U in results. Then in law and order, is there anything we can do to enhance the peaceful coexistence of that people that want to give incentive to, the level, the environment that they operate? Can we make it more conducive for them to operate? Let the incentive be targeted in providing the law and order within their operational ambit. Then the one you will also want to hear, it is the T, which is let it be technology investment. Instead of giving them more, let's give them tools, technological tools that will aid them to do these things better than what they do, so that we can easily generate income from the activities. And lastly, it is the issue of security investment, the one that is going to give them some level of comfort that is going to protect them, that is going to give them a reward in the future. And that is my take on the first question, that any incentive must give results. And I have defined the results as I have mentioned. Then on the issue of level of capacity building for FIRS staff and what they should do, I think they should move towards getting the academy functioning. Some years ago, when I was with the University of Abuja, we have discussed with FIRS that there is the need to have a functional tax academy that is going to look at issues of tax administration, issues of tax policies, issues of fiscal management generally. That it is important that they have a functional institution that can even award certificates, that can generate ideas, that can do researches in the areas of revenue generation and revenue management. That is important that until they have an established institution that can be focused on the kind of things they do, that will study the kind of things they do that, as it is available in other climes. They will not get the kind of training they require. They will not get the kind of exposure that is desired of a system like this that is saddled with this enormous responsibility.
Thank you very much, Professor Mainova. However, I have skipped our erudite professor, Professor Teju Somori, the first female professor of taxation in Nigeria and the immediate past president of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, CITN. I apologize for skipping because I couldn't see the panel clearly from here. And I do hope that you will not report to me to my wife so that she will not deal with me on your behalf. So it is your turn to speak.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much for recognizing me. Actually, I had spoken before you came on the scene. I had spoken on quite a number of issues, but I can make additional comments at this point in time based on what has been said by the other two panelists. First of all, I'd like to say that Nigeria, or the FIRS, through the Ministry of Finance, there should be concentration on focus on collection of indirect tax. And the main indirect tax that we collect in Nigeria is value-added tax. Value-added tax is a money spinner for any country. I had not seen any country that has started collecting VAT and had abandoned it. Instead of being abandoned, they keep on increasing the rates. There was a study I did for the Nigerian Economic Summit Group in 2018 on the issue of VAT and related matters. I discovered that countries, they keep on increasing their rates, but there's no country that has abandoned it. Now let's come to the case of Nigeria. Nigeria introduced VAT in 1994. At the time it was introduced, the rate was 5%, for a number of years. The IMF and the World Bank told Nigeria that you cannot collect more than 6 billion from VAT. That was the projection given to FIRS that year. But at the end of the day, Nigeria collected 8.2 billion from VAT. I'm just saying this for you to know that we need to focus more on value-added tax because it is an area that Nigerian can get a lot of revenue. By 2005, Nigeria collected 21 billion from VAT. By 2018, VAT moved to 1 trillion mark by 2018. So there should be more focus, whatever we can do on VAT, to make sure that it continues to be a money spinner for Nigeria. Having said that on value-added tax, I want to move to another topic, which is in national tax policy, the revised national tax policy. The first one was in 2012, and it was revised in 2016, 2017. They submitted their report. There are some areas, for some of the changes that the national tax policy recommended the committee, there are some areas that are yet to be implemented. I think we should look at some of those areas that still yearning for implementation and make sure they are implemented. One, the committee recommended that Nigeria should put in place Office of Tax Simplification. They have it in UK, and it's really working well in UK. The purpose of the OTS, Office of Tax Simplification, is to modify or simplify tax laws because legislation is very important in collecting tax. In fact, tax legislation or tax laws is one of the three components of the tax system. The first being tax policy. From tax policy, you move to tax laws. From tax laws, you move to tax administration. Knowledge of tax laws is very important. Taxpayers, they need to understand the tax laws. Tax administrators, they need to understand the tax laws. If the tax administrators do not understand the tax law, they will find it to be able to apply it. If taxpayers do not understand it, it will be another problem for them. So Office of Tax Implication, I think it's supposed, based on the plan proposed by the committee, is supposed to be established by the Office of the Ministry of Finance. So I think we need to settle that one quickly. Then dedicated website also ought to be created. I'm not sure whether that has been done for the tax policy. So we need to create a dedicated website for tax policy. Then there was another one that I think is also important about anybody that wants to come on board to be a governor or to hold any position in Nigeria. They should, first of all, tell the taxpayers, where are you going to get the tax revenue for wanting to accomplish this position and say that when I become governor, when I become this, you are going to hospitals, they'll be free, schools will be free. So you have to tell them your plan. How do you intend to generate that revenue? Because without revenue, you cannot spend. Those two, they go together. So that one also, we still need to work on that. It has not yet been done. Then the other area, which I've mentioned earlier, is that we need to put a plan in place for tax reforms. When exactly does Nigeria want to be having tax reforms? 5 years, 6 years. Then I want to contribute to what has been said by both the other two panelists, Professor Manuma and Ibeg and Adetola, about tax incentives. I quite agree with their submissions, but we need to ask ourselves, in what areas do we actually need tax incentives? We have to know which areas that we need it. And such incentives, when they come on board, I think it has to be limited. Let them have time. Maybe these incentives that we are, releasing, it may be for a period of 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. So after that, we stop it. But we should not leave tax incentives open-ended like that. Some of our tax incentives, they've been in the statute as far back as in the 80s, and they're still there. Like the period we are now, this pandemic area that we are, this is an area, the period that we actually need tax incentives. So that too should be, have some timing. We all hope that by the end of this year, this pandemic will be over. So all those incentives, let them be time-bound, that after so years, they go back to where they were before. So there's no need for them to continue like that. That is on tax incentives. Then the other areas that we need to do about tax administration, we need to do them. And when the revenue is released into the federation account, the money should be spent well, which one speaker has mentioned before. The money should be spent well so that the payers, they will know that what has been collected, they are seeing the benefits of what they have paid. So my final remarks today is that the taxpayer should be treated as king. I picked it from the reports of Professor Dr. Phillips, who was the chairman of the 2003 study group for Nigeria. Their final remarks there was that taxpayer should be treated as king. When you treat the taxpayer well, the taxpayer will pay your taxes. Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Teju Somore, for an excellent submission. However, before you sit down properly, I have a question to you based on the issues raised by Professor Muhammad Noma, particularly on the issue of uncertainties when it comes to collecting tax. How can government improve certainties with regards to tax collection?
On the issue of certainty in tax, I'm sure, Professor, that issue of certainty in tax, I can trace it. Let me first of all trace the origin, that there should be certainty in tax. And I will give this credit to Adam Smith, an economist and a philosopher. In 1776, in his book, The Wealth of Nations, actually 2 volumes, he propounded a theory, and there were 4 canons of taxation. He propounded the canon of economy, canon of certainty, canon of equality, and canon of convenience. Those were the 4 canons. So what Professor Mainoma referred to, the certainty, is actually a canon or principle of certainty propounded by Adam Smith in 1776. Later on, by the time the National Tax Policy Committee was set up, it was also replicated in the documents called National Tax Policy. First of all, in the document of 2012 under Professor Dr. Phillips, then the second one was under Professor Abiola Soni. So the issue of certainty is 2 ways, both for the tax administrators and also for the taxpayer. From the end of the tax administrator, let's say FIRS, for example, because there are 3 levels of tax administrators in Nigeria: the level of the federal, the level of the states, and also the level of the local government. But we are using FIRS for this purpose. FIRS should be certain. They should be able to know that, okay, by this year, by the end of this year, they should make projection with Ministry of Finance. They should be certain, because Ministry of Finance can call anytime. How much do you think you are able to generate? Because government wants to plan. They are going to budget. It's from what FIRS collects and other federally collected revenues, as stated in Section 162 of the Constitution, that they will know how much they will plan around. So FIRS has to be certain that the amount of revenue they are going to be receiving from different types of taxes they are collecting, whether it is the oil tax, which is the petroleum profit tax, or whether it is from the non-oil taxes, the company's income tax, the personal income tax. FIRS collects limited, personal income taxes. So whether it's from that one, whether it's from their baby, the value-added tax, whether it's from the stamp duties, which is likely to generate more revenue for us based on the intervention and the strategies being deployed now under the current chairman, Mr. Nami. You are doing a very good work in that area for stamp duties. So they have to be certain that this is how much they are likely to expect from different types of taxes. That is for the side of the government. Now on the side of the taxpayers also, they should be certain in their mind how much they are supposed to pay. And thank God that we now have a system called self-assessment. Before there was no self-assessment, it was introduced in 1991. So under the self-assessment, a taxpayer is certain how much he's going to collect, because with the self-assessment system, the responsibility to declare how much you are going to pay has been pushed to the taxpayer. Before it used to be government assessment, then later on the two of them were running, at the same time. But now it is devoted to self-assessment. So the taxpayer, when you are filling your form, you should be certain in your mind how much tax you are supposed to pay. So that is the additional point I want to make in respect of, being certain in tax collection. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor. It's just to remind you that we are not in classroom, Professor. When you allow professors to talk, then you must learn how to politely ask them to stop. So thank you very much. I really appreciate your statement where you emphasize that taxpayers should be treated as kings. I really enjoy that statement. As a layman in the area, I always agitate for that we must respect the taxpayers and we must treat them and we must create awareness about tax collection and what government does with the money being collected. I think this is one of the most important points I enjoy from your presentation. Because of time constraint now, we will go to the audience and other participants. If there is any question that they are willing to ask, they can identify themselves and go ahead with the question, please. The question, one should introduce himself and mention the panel member that he wants him to respond to the question. We can use the opportunity to take 3 to 4 questions briefly.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Any questions or comments? Please just your hands up so that microphone can talk to you. Anyone? Okay, at the end there, please, right at the end. Hello? At the end there, right at the end.
Good afternoon, Chairman, panel of discussants, and ladies and gentlemen. I am Deputy Corps Commander Amorodion Martins of FIRS. The area I want to kind of comment on is on the issue of using data and intelligence. I want to advise that if we are to launch into that stage, that the JTB, they need to move a step further. Though they come to meeting, they agree this is what they are going to do, but most often you discover when it comes to implementation, some states, they do lower the bar. They lower the bar, they will not follow it. Thereby, you see a taxpayer now look for alternative where he wants to get what he needs from the government. So we need to key into that. Since we want to be using NIM in respect of to capture people into the database. Then my second issue is we are talking of we are talking of the qualities of a tax officer now. According to the professor, he said they need economic experience, taxation experience, accounting experience, and legal experience. I also want us to look at the basic education in our tertiary institution, the polytechnic and the universities, where these things are treated, you discovered the current course outline. Somebody may say, after all, in the process, for instance, you want to do accounting, you do economics in one level, another one, maybe some people will say they do computer. But you discover the course content of those courses is not enough to drive a person who actually want to administer on taxation. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. Next, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Adewale Ogunyomade. I'm a member of the board of FIRS. It's just this is a public discourse because there are things that we can discuss at the level of the board. But I just wanted to lend my own contributions, particularly to the earlier discussions, because we didn't have an opportunity to talk at that time. I was thinking about what we could do, and I was looking at from the perspective of how it is important that we enhance voluntary compliance for the reasons that this would draw more people into the tax net, it will reduce cost of collection, and also improve on tax administration, where we can have people come and comply voluntarily. But how do we do this? How do we do this? How do we enhance voluntary compliance? We need to look at the ease of doing business. I know the chairman has been doing a lot of work in this aspect, but there's a need to continue to work on this to make it easy for people to deal with the tax authorities. Need to have simple, understandable tax laws that people can work with. We mentioned about digitalization. I think we are just in that era that to move forward any significantly, we have to do something about this. I think mention was made earlier on today about openness and transparency. And this has to be on the side of the taxman, the tax authorities, and also the larger government to the people. People have to believe that the money that has been collected are being used, and that the taxmen are not just harassing them unnecessarily. But importantly, and I think we need to mention this as well, is the need to use the big stick. It should be such that the fear of the taxman is the beginning of wisdom. If you don't begin to have that fear that if I am caught not paying my taxes, the consequences will outweigh the benefits I may get, people will not come forward. So there's a need for us, I haven't done every other thing, to ensure that when we take a case, we take it to the logical end and make samples for other people so that in some other climates, people fear taxmen. They fear them, and out of that fear, people make inquiries about how do I pay my taxes, not we chasing after them to come and pay their taxes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adewale, board member of FIRS. Apologies for not visiting board members at the shared stage of the dialogue. I was not aware that the board was represented. Thank you very much. because of time constraint, I think we will not take more questions and contributions. I will only use the opportunity to allow the panel members to have 30 seconds for what I call the last word, starting with the lead presenter, Mr. Logan Ward from South Africa. He will be given 30 seconds to say his last word, and I will go through the remaining members to say their last words.
Thank you so much, Mr. Minister. In the bigger scheme of things, the effective policy and collection is successful if we concentrate on the high value items. We should not spend a lot of time on trying to collect from informal, low salary, and spend a lot of energies there. We must look at where the money is in the economy and structure our tax system to effectively collect that. The rest can be done through third-party information, data gathering, as you say, and therefore automation. If we concentrate on the big contributors, not punishing, but collecting efficiently, we probably will introduce a better form of voluntary compliance and a better form of fairness, and probably will improve our collection without adjusting our tax rates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I strongly agree with you, and I have been saying this: we need to orient and reorient our citizens on why paying tax is important, and we also need to win their hearts by justifying clearly what the government has been doing with the tax being collected. When citizens are convinced that the money is going to be used judiciously, I believe the issue of voluntary tax compliance will increase significantly. That confidence must be established. Thank you very much. We move to the next one, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. You have 30 seconds for your last word.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I think my 30 seconds, I'll make two quick points. The first one is, in the National Tax Policy of 2017, the recommendation there is to have a National Tax Day. So I have to appreciate the FIRS Chairman, Mr. Mohamed Nami, for even starting this conversation. But I hope that this can grow bigger to become a National Tax Day, where we celebrate paying taxes and the possibilities that come from it. My second point is for government to lead by example. So we've spoken a lot on how to generate revenue, need for us to justify to taxpayers and build their trust, but these things will be impossible if government is not leading by example, and that would include political leaders, that would include MDAs. So let's lead by example in paying the right amount of tax and in being transparent in communicating how those monies are being spent and being very efficient with those spending so that we can get the best value for every naira spent. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taiwo. We move to Professor Teju Somori. Professor, you have 30 seconds for the last word.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister. I'll try to be brief. My last word on this is that government should not stifle FIRS with funds. They should provide them with sufficient funds. If government wants more revenue, government should be able and be prepared to release more funds to FIRS. FIRS should not be treated like any other agency, because it was when funding was improved for FIRS by way of cost of collection that we were able to see significant improvement in the revenue collected. So my last word, I'm repeating again, government should not stifle FIRS with funds. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. So by implication, you are encouraging government to increase the percentage given to them. So I support you because I always encourage regulatory agencies to be taken care of very well. It's very important. And I think tax collectors should also be part of that. Thank you very much. Then we move to Mrs. Adetola for her last words.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, my final thoughts, it's very simple. And what I would say is whether it's at the national level or the subnational level, like they say in the movies, follow the money. Because it's quite easy when you follow, the trail of the money, when you mine available data that is available to you, whether you're getting it from the CBN or you're getting it from NFIU, whatever agency you're partnering with, and the lofty ideas we've had as well from the Honorable Minister this afternoon, which is also using, our identification system, to track our taxpayers. And I would then say in conclusion that taxes is a partnership by all, whether it's from the private sector, the MDAs, the state, and even the administrators. So we need to all work together to ensure that we build a Nigeria that we want and a Nigeria that we'll be proud of. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Adetola. And finally, we move to Professor Muhammad Mainoma for his last word.
Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of the rest of us, I will thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in this dialogue. But let me say that my final thoughts is on 4 major issues, and they give me NAMI. Tax net, we need to broaden it in order to ensure that we have economic development. We also, the issue of automation is very, very significant and very important, and that is the A in NAMI. And the mixed optimization of tax types is also the M in NAMI, and it is very significant that we do a lot of optimization of the tax mix. And then the incentive management is also critical in addressing issues that will enhance performance of Nigerian economy. Thank you for this opportunity.
So, thank you very much, Professor, particularly on the issue of automation, which happened to be the second one. So the priority has increased. So since the last one, digitalization, so now we are second. And I think we have been integrated to the second position instead of the last 2 positions. So thank you very much. I use the opportunity to thank all the panel members for their contribution, and also to FIRS for organizing this first National Tax Dialogue. Most importantly, the chairman for organizing the event. And I also use the opportunity to commend the 2 ministers, Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Hajia Zainab Shakun Ahmad, and my brother, Prince Clem Akbar, the State Minister of Budget and National Planning, for effective supervision and coordination of our vision. So we appreciate the invitation and to be part of this very important event. And we apologize for adding 8 more minutes without permission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. But before you leave, sir, we'll take some very brief remarks from the Honorable Minister of Finance, Minister of Finance State. Please, sir. Mr. Clement Agba. Is he on?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Let me put on the video. Yeah, thank you very much. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, members of the National Assembly that are present, heads of agencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and my pleasure to address you on this maiden edition of the National Tax Dialogue with the theme Taxation in the Post-COVID Economy. The chosen theme is indeed most appropriate, timely, and apt, as it captures our common desire for economic recovery through partnership with the private, public, and civil society, amongst others. This national dialogue has understandably been assailed by a torrent of ideas, information, statistics, interpretation and vision on how best we can improve on solving the current revenue problems of the government. There will indeed be plenty to reflect upon at the end, and if this is in any way enhances our individual and collective contributions to meeting the current national revenue challenges, then the dialogue can truly be adjudged to be truly apt. During economic downturns, it is the poorest and most vulnerable segments of the population that are always affected, albeit disproportionately. In such times, citizens look up to government for protection, and as predicted by the International Monetary Fund, countries with limited fiscal space post-COVID will be hit harder than those that have greater flexibility on both the fiscal and monetary sides. There is the added burden of revenue inadequacies by the government to meet the increasing needs of the citizens. Despite dwindling revenues from oil, our response to the coronavirus pandemic in 2020 was to continue to expand government activities in order to cushion the effect of the pandemic. We intend to continue with the strategy in 2021. The fiscal and monetary policies are to support businesses, households, and individuals through cash transfers, payroll support, and direct support to the health sector. As we incentivize the economy to grow, we also expect that individuals, corporations, and all eligible taxpayers will also carry out their civic responsibilities by paying appropriate taxes. We have developed various policy measures to enhance the enabling environment and ensure good governance and transparency since assumption of office, like the Presidential Initiative on Ease of Doing Business and our commitment to the Open Government Partnership Initiative readily comes to mind. This dialogue has covered a wide range of important perspectives, and I'm happy that the discussions have been lively and constructive. As the discussions progressed, it became evident that the importance of sharing experiences on current tax issues need no further emphasis. I call on everyone, taxpayer, tax practitioner, lawyer, and indeed every well-meaning Nigerian to join hands with government to reposition the economy and provide better living conditions for our populace. To this end, tax compliance must be taken as a duty for building our nation. On behalf of the Minister for Finance, Budget, and National Planning and the Federal Inland Revenue Service, I want to use this opportunity to thank all panelists, guests, and the organizers of this dialogue for a very successful event. I wish you traveling mercies for those who have traveled, and to wish you a COVID-free year. Finally, the role of the media in strategically communicating our thoughts to the people cannot be overemphasized. It is therefore very important that the views expressed here today are disseminated to a wider readership and audience. And clearly, this task has been in very capable hands of the men and women of the fourth estate of the realm, to whom we owe our gratitude. Thank you all for your kind attention. God bless us all.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for those warm words. These virtual people want to do something, and I've been asked to arrange it. Photographs. Can you do it? And I'm going to ask the panelists to come to the screen, and they're going to project. I hope the Minister of Communication is still connected, and the Minister of State, Finance. Are you ready? You said you would do it. So, please, panelists, I want you to stand here. Mr. Chairman, sir, please. This virtual new normal.
Okay.
Yes, you need to get the Executive Secretary of South Africa, Mr. Logan Watt. Could you get him also?
Okay.
Sorry, you're covering the minister, sir.
Two.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister of Communications, thank you very much. Honorable Minister of State Finance, thank you very much. We're grateful. Thank you so much. A round of applause for Honorable Minister and our panelists. Thank you. We've come to the tail end of this very first National Annual Tax Dialogue. And as we round up, we would like to respectfully acknowledge once again the yeoman's effort of the Executive Chairman, Federal and Public Service, Mr. Mohamed Nami, for organizing this dialogue. A round of applause for Executive Chairman. I also like to recognize and acknowledge that we have our board members here, the board members of FIRS representing Health Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission, Mr. Samuel Magbe. Thank you, sir. We recognize you. And one of our board members representing Northeast Zone, Adam Baba Mohammed. Thank you, sir. Representing Northwest on the board of FIRS, Ado Danjuma. Thank you, sir. Representing South, Mrs. Ahila Agbangbi. Thank you, ma. Representing Southwest, Mr. Adewale Ogun Yomade. Thank you, sir. Representing the Minister of Finance on the board of FIRS, Mrs. Fatima Ayatu. Thank you, ma. Representing Customs, the AG, the Assistant Controller General of Customs, Mero Isa. Thank you, ma. Mera Isa. Umar Ajia, representing NNPC on the FIRS board. Thank you, sir. Representing CAC and the Registrar General himself, Mr. Garba Abakar. Thank you, sir. Also represented the Minister of Justice Attorney General on FIRS board, Mr. Ladidi Mohammed. Thank you very much. And now, once again, we can do this physically, that Mr. Chairman, sir, and the board members will crave your indulgence to come up and take a photograph. And all the heads of agencies represented here, please come and join them. Photographer, get ready. We'll do this quickly. Members of the board, FIRS, and the heads of agencies that are represented here, please. We will have to do a spread out. Sir. And also our board members, Mr. James Ayuba, representing North Central. Welcome, sir. Photographer. Just relax. While the photographs are going on, we also like to acknowledge the presence of our former acting chairman of FIRS, Mr. S.S. Ogumweson. Thank you for coming, sir. We also recognize that we have members of the FIRS management who are here, starting from Mr. Dick Iri, who is Coordinating Director, Compliance Support. Welcome, sir. Mr. Israel Zuberu, CD, Coordinating Director for Enforcement. Dr. Ashek Medugu, Coordinating Director, Digital Support Group. Mr. Abubakar Lawal, who is Coordinating Director, Office of the Chairman. You're all welcome. And we have several directors and heads of functions of the Federal and Army Service who are supporting the Executive Chairman to organize this event. We would like to also most warmly thank the managing partners and seniors of several tax consulting firms who are here. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. A round of applause for them. I would like to thank the board secretary for organizing all the board members here, bringing them here. Thank you very much, Mrs. Ndeka Fekuna. Thank you so much. At this point, I'd like to say anyone that will not recognize, apologies. Like I said earlier, I've told people to go around. Sometimes the marks is making it difficult to locate people. But once again, it's been a very fruitful first outing for the National Tax Dialogue. We will do this again, and I'm sure that the takeaways from this, we will go and use it to make the tax system better. Whatever role we have to play, we're tax administrators, tax advisors, and other stakeholders. We wish to have a tax system which is able to deliver voluntary compliance and the required funding into national coffers for projects and programs that enhance the living standards of Nigerians. Once again, we're grateful and thank you very much for attendance. Well, I'd like to close. A round of applause, I believe, is due. A round of applause is due. We would like to close with a rendition of the national anthem. So please, if you permit, that we all rise up. We all rise up. Great. Thank you very much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Lunch is served. And if you go out to your left, you'll find arrangements for lunch. Once again, thank you all for coming.